Relocation Commission on June 16, 2021. It has been a long time since we've been in this room, over a year, so it's great.
This conference will now be recorded.
Oh, missed my intro. I'd like to welcome everyone to the June 16, 2021 meeting of the Harwich Conservation Commission. And I want to thank Amy Usowski, our conservation agent, for really helping us out and supporting us through all this remote participation meetings we had, as well as Melissa Millett, the assistant agent, and then Nikki Smith, the former assistant agent. I don't think we could have done this without all your support. So it was really kind of difficult at first, but we figured it out. So thank you very much. I think what I'd like to do is ask each commissioner to just give a wave and say your name. It's been a long time, so if you folks don't mind.
Stan Pastuzak.
Carolyn O'Leary.
Brad Chase.
John Ketchum.
Mark Coleman.
All right, thank you. We have two members out today, so we'll have a quorum of 5. And this is Carolyn's last meeting, so I want to upfront thank you very much for all your participation and support. It's been a pleasure.
Thank
And,
you.
really appreciate it.
It has been a pleasure. I've learned a lot, enjoyed it. I'll miss it.
Yeah, well, you can always come back.
Thank you.
Still be up.
All right, the first item on the agenda is a grant support letter for the Harwich Conservation Trust. And we have Mike Locke here to give us a summary on the concept.
Good evening, members of the Conservation Commission and Amy Usowski, Town Conservation Administrator, and members of the public being able to meet here together for the first time. Michael Locke, Executive Director of the nonprofit Harwich Conservation Trust. Thanks for fitting me in on your busy schedule. This first letter of grant support for your consideration focuses on the bog areas bracketing Hinckley's Pond. So by way of background, recall the town's 2012 water quality study of Hinckley's Pond completed by CDM Smith, which was generated because of ongoing toxic cyanobacteria blooms in the pond. The CDM Smith study from 2012 identified the bog operations contributing up to 7% of the phosphorus load. There are other contributors of phosphorus. The town has spent upwards of, I think, close to $400,000 or approaching that amount on alum treatment to remediate the phosphorus load. Supposedly that has a lifespan of about 20 years, so it is a good step for the water quality of the pond. When we take the water quality of the pond in the context of a land preservation project that Harwich Conservation Trust is leading called the Hinckley's Pond Herring River Headwaters Preservation Project, focused on 31 acres of one of those two properties owned by the Jenkins family. The Jenkins family chose to have their last bog harvest in 2020 of this past October of 2020. And the Brown family on the other side of the pond, which has they have roughly a 10-acre bog operation in a larger property. They're also considering foregoing farming on that bog area. And we know that Harwich, of course, has a long and deep history with cranberry farming, and it's hard to see these bog operations transition out. But it's really external forces, these market forces, due to oversupply from the Midwest, areas like Wisconsin, areas outside of the U.S., Canada, Quebec, that are driving down cranberry prices and have been for decades, and it's causing smaller local growers to really have a tough time. And they're looking for ways to exit the market. Some are hanging on. In fact, Harwich Conservation Trust has some properties in which it leases bogs to local growers. Some have been transitioning out, like the Jenkins family. So the trust is respecting their decision and now looking to take the next step with an eye towards continuing to protect and enhance the water quality of Hinckley's Pond, which is the main source water for the Herring River, we know, and of course, a spawning pond for the river herring, and a transit pond, we'll say, where the herring cross as they enter Hinckley's Pond and then make their way into Seymour's Pond and Long Pond via 2 herring runs. So a very important pond. So in that effort to try and protect the water quality of the pond, we're looking at data collection and design and permitting in the planning phase for eco-restoration of these 2 bog areas, bookending the pond. And in an effort to support that data collection and design work and permitting, call it phase 1 of this eco-restoration endeavor, we are applying for a grant to the Southeast New England program, Watershed Grant program, which is actually funded through the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And a support letter from your commission, I think, would go a long way to strengthening that grant application, which is due July 2nd. So that's why I'm grateful for you fitting me in on your agenda this evening. And you have a draft grant support letter for your consideration. And I'm glad to answer any questions. Before I do want to emphasize that it is a strong public-private partnership here among both Harwich Conservation Trust, if you decide to support this letter that can accompany the grant application, and also a private landowner that is also helping with this effort, because by running both areas concurrently through the data collection and design and permitting process, we hope to have some cost savings in this part of the eco-restoration project. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Let's see, we might as well see who has questions. Mark, do you want to begin?
Sure. So the intention is to totally retire the bogs?
In fact, the Jenkins family made that decision in October. A tough decision, like I said, not easy. 5th-generation cranberry farmers didn't take it lightly. I think the difficulty for all of us, families who own cranberry properties, towns within which those properties are located, the community at large, is what happens next. So the property owners have a choice. You know, they could sell the property and the upland can be developed. That in this case, since the property is almost entirely within the watershed to Hinckley's Pond and certainly within the Herring River watershed, could add nutrient loading to that already impaired watershed. So the Jenkins family chose to work with Harwich Conservation Trust on a conservation alternative separately from this eco-restoration funding effort, where we've embarked on a campaign to try and raise $800,000 by December 31st to fund the acquisition of the property. So we're running both efforts simultaneously, knowing that if we're successful in raising the land acquisition funds of $800,000 by the end of the year, we also need to be ready to go with this phase 1 in the data collection, design, and permitting.
Well, I guess that's admirable, but the fact is, the current owner is still going to receive $800,000 for a piece of property, so it has significant value. I find it hard to believe it would make a difference to be a conservation trust or a private entity that wanted to take it on. If the family is in a situation where they're ready to cash out, that's certainly their right, and I fully respect that. But the fact that the property is being taken out of agricultural use is very disturbing to me right across the board. And I mean, you know well that I've been a very avid supporter of agriculture in the local area, and I continue to be. As you also stated, 97% of the nitrogen loading was attributed to the bogs through the study.
7%.
7%,
Yep.
I'm sorry. That leaves 93% from somewhere else. So in the big picture, 7% is not a very significant number, not as far as I'm concerned. The algae blooms, is there any pin down in the study as to what actually causes them in that area?
I'd say you'd have to refer back to that study.
Okay, well, I think that's a significant point, because years ago, when the cranberry industry was thriving, the water drawdown on all the ponds in that area was significant, at least twice a year. The dilution, I believe, played a role in the water quality that was in those ponds for a long time. That hasn't been happening, and I think it's held back due to lack of cranberry production, and also the fact that the Herring River is choked considerably. That disrupts the flow, and I think it's impacted a lot of other things along the way. So I'm not 100% on board with this. That's all I got to say at the moment, but at this moment, I'm having a hard time supporting the whole theory.
Thanks. John?
Yeah, I don't have questions, I have comments. My first comment, excuse me, is I think the 7% figure is in fact a little bit misleading. And the story about phosphorus in Hinckley's Pond in particular and elsewhere in general, and if I remember the details of that study, something like 50% of the phosphorus in the water column is regenerated from phosphorus that has collected on the bottom. So there's a long history of phosphorus leaching into the pond from cranberry operations and other things that has led to the accumulation of a lot of phosphorus in the sediments in the pond. And the cycle there is that microorganisms at the bottom of the pond consume whatever oxygen is in the bottom of the pond, and once the oxygen is consumed, the iron in the sediments in the bottom of the pond releases the phosphorus into the water column, and that happens every summer. So I think things are a little more complicated than just the 7% in a year. And I think another important detail is that if you look at the reports of just the testing that's happened since the alum treatment, is there was in fact an algae bloom, or a great, maybe not an algae bloom, but a significant increase in the phosphorus content in the pond water after the alum treatment, and the only explanation that, I don't think it's well understood, but one explanation is that in fact it was coincident with the release of water from the Jenkins bog. In other words, nutrients coming from the cranberry operation into Hinckley's Pond. So to me, it is pretty clear that, regardless of the 7% or whatever, the effect of raising cranberries there has a significant impact on the health of Hinckley Pond. And beyond that, I think it is a shame that that the CPC funds that were allocated to fund this have, for a variety of reasons, did not get approved by town meeting this year, which, from my point of view, makes it even more important that we, at least bare minimum, as a Conservation Commission, vote to support both these letters of support. I think it is critical that we proceed and support what Harwich Conservation Trust is attempting to do here with the Hinckley's watershed and the Jenkins property. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Carolyn?
The Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissions sent out a notice today about a talk on the Herring River Restoration Project. is this the same project?
There's a Herring River restoration project underway in Wellfleet. I'm guessing it's referring to that
would
one.
make sense then. I
Yes.
was like, how? did
Yeah,
we not
it's
hear
confusing, right?
this? Perfect. That makes.
Herring
sense.
River North,
That's,
yeah.
thank you.
A lot of herring rivers.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have no other comments.
Stan?
Although I kind of agree with some of Mark's points there, I guess what are the alternatives if this weren't to go through?
Then we would be delayed in finding and applying for a suitable grant source for this kind of data collection, design, and permitting work. There are not many sources out there. So the timing of this grant application is actually working pretty well relative to our concurrent effort to try and raise acquisition funds. It would take longer, and we have no idea what the competition might be like later on. Just to give you a little more background on the Southeast New England Program Watershed Grant, it's a two-step process. We've qualified through step one, which was a letter of intent. So they liked the concept enough to then welcome the formal proposal. That's what's due next. That's what this letter of support would help strengthen.
I guess my concern, Mike, was saying, okay, if this were to fall through, then it could go to some other, as you mentioned, other source and that land may not be preserved at that point. It might get used for some other use.
That would be on the acquisition side. If we're talking about, for this letter of support for the eco-restoration planning side,
Right.
I would again see it as delaying for who knows how long our ability to try and secure similar funding. Again, this is phase one to identify what a greater understanding of site conditions, design work, and then move us through the permitting process. Then that would give us the strong foundation for phase two, which would be eco-restoration implementation on the ground. It's similar to the process that we're going through with the Coldbrook Ecological Restoration Project off Bank Street, except in that case, we're at the 75% design phase. So we've already moved through the data collection and a lot of the design process for that site. We're just beginning at the Jenkins site and the Brown family site.
Okay. So Mike, I usually support everything you guys do, and I support the concept here, but I guess I don't have a good sense of the goals, and so seeing the application would be helpful to know what you want to do there. It's very different from Coldbrook because it's not a main stem habitat. It's a side piece to a spawning area. There's no flow through tributary or a main stem river. So it's very different, I think, from Coldbrook, and so I would think it should cost a lot less, and I think knowing what the goals are there are pretty important, so.
I can summarize them if you'd like.
Great.
Yes. So you were right. It's not a flow-through system like Coldbrook. So it's not a stream running through the center like Coldbrook is that flows down to Saquatucket Harbor. So there is a hydrological connection between Hinckley's Pond and the Retire Bog, and that flows under the Cape Cod Rail Trail. So it's 31-acre site borders both sides of the Cape Cod Rail Trail, more than 1,000 feet, offering scenic views for everybody who uses the rail trail. Some of the contemplated eco-restoration techniques would include softening the deeply incised edges with the perimeter trail relative to the perimeter ditches. So that would create greater habitat connectivity between the surrounding upland and the wetland itself. Also removing some of the sand overburden. So we know through agricultural practices over the past century or more, sand is applied to cranberry bogs, usually in the winter when it can flood enough and freeze for long enough. Sand would be applied and then the ice would melt, sand would filter down over the vines, would increase productivity for the next few years. It just so happens with climate change and warmer winters, that practice hasn't been able to be employed for at least the past 7 years. So that's a real burden on cranberry growers as well. So in order to remove that sandover burden, we would be completing studies which would identify how far it is that sand is to the peat layer, the organic wetland layer underneath. Remove sand in certain areas, make sure the water table is more at the surface as opposed to submerged under the sand burden. That would allow shallow emergent marsh to grow in areas where it isn't able to now because of the sand overlay. So that would increase habitat diversity. So the wetland habitat diversity enhanced relative to the surrounding upland would create a more scenic experience for walkers, perhaps more wildlife sightings, and also users of the Cape Cod Rail Trail. It just so happens that this site is large enough to accommodate its own walking trail. It's essentially ready-made for a walking trail destination. So that's another benefit of this project. Because of the project's location, this part is an aspiration. Because of the project's location directly opposite the new state-of-the-art Cape Cod Regional Technical High School, we do see the potential for what we'll call outdoor classroom educational opportunities for the students, since the entrance to the school is right across from this site. So that really creates some interesting possibilities, potentially, with the faculty and the students there. Perhaps learning about trail management or eco-restoration techniques, perhaps sediments sampling or water quality monitoring. So there's an educational component potentially for the next generation of stewards in our community, in our region, that we would also be researching. So.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think it's, if you could send us something, we're not going to have time before the next meeting, but if you could send us your grant application so we have it on file so we can look at it, I think we can proceed from there. Because I think it is important going forward, because to me, this site, it's not nearly the same as Colebrook in terms of eco-restoration goals, and it could well be that there might be other alternatives, such as active naturalization that might be, something to think about without spending a lot of public funds. I'm hoping the study that you're proposing will look into those alternatives and consider different things.
The grant application is due July 2nd.
Right.
So if you don't
No, I think we have to act tonight. I think we do, but I think in the future, I think it would help us to receive a draft application so we could look at it and try to understand the goals. So I'll
understood.
Yep, I'll go ahead and ask if there's any comments from members of the audience. Okay, if you're online remotely, it's *6 to speak. Hearing no comments, I'll make a motion that we approve or support or write a support letter for the Harwich Conservation Trust's interest to get a grant to investigate eco-restoration for the Hinckley's Bog property.
I'll second.
All right, seconded by John. Any discussion?
Well, just a point of discussion, there's 2 letters involved here, just to
This is just the
clarify
first.
what the motion is
There are
for.
2 grants, right, for,
Yeah, next on your agenda is the second letter.
Oh, so we're,
okay.
so we're just,
This is just the eco-restoration
First letter,
piece.
okay.
And
Yeah,
the second one's acquisition?
that is correct.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. For me, acquisition just makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's just very easy to support. Absolutely hope that happens. Any comments on a second letter on acquisition, Mark? Starting with you?
I really don't like the idea of the fact that it comes off the tax roll. That's concerning. Every time we take a large parcel off the tax roll, regardless, agriculture or otherwise, it impacts the tax base for everybody else. So that is a concern.
Just, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but as a point of order, there's been a motion and a second. Shouldn't we
We'll close out the first letter.
close out the first one
Good point.
and move on?
All right, so the motion is on the support letter for the Eco Restoration Grant application. And so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so the motion carries 4-1, and we'll draft a letter for that piece. Now we're into comments on the second letter. Mark has issued his. John, do you have any comments on the acquisition letter?
No, I think I'll just repeat what I said before. I think it's critical, given the failure of the town to pass CPC funding this year. It's just very critical that we support at least, this is like bare minimal support, just Conservation Commission supporting HCT's looking for acquisition funding.
Okay. Carolyn?
I have no comments.
Stan?
No further comment.
Okay. Any comments from members of the audience? All right, seeing none, I move that we issue a support letter for the acquisition of the Hinkley Bog property.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Stan. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One opposed, so the motion carries 4-1. Thank you, Mike. And if you can get the draft application to Amy, so we can at least have it in our file,
Yes.
I think that, yeah, we'll want to discuss that at some point, down the road, probably once you have the study available to look at.
Yes. Yeah, we'll do. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have a request for determination of applicability for 7 Laurie Lane, map 22, parcel A4-3. It's a proposal to renovate an existing deck with tree removal. Do we have an applicant here or representative?
Yes, my name's Ned Steiger, and I'm on the WebEx.
Thank you. Would you like to briefly summarize the project?
Yes, I would. I have a large pine tree in the front yard that towers over the house. And my first request is that I have the ability to take the tree down in front of the house. That will allow me to, that'll allow me to renovate, the porch area. Also, I'm concerned about that, just the tree, if it ever fell on the house, it's so huge. My second request is to put on a porch on the front of the house. So the house, the front door is about, I'm using rough estimates, but I think you have it in front of you, but it's probably like 3 or 4 feet from the ground. And there was a porch that was existing, but the porch had fallen into disrepair, so it had to be taken down. It was also made out of wood. My request is to be able to put a portico over the front door, so when somebody goes in and out of the house during the rain, that there is some coverage to it. The second request is that the porch really be wide enough so that somebody in wheelchair could then be wheeled out of the house and then be able to be able to look out from the front door and enjoy the sunshine and be outdoors, and then be able to maneuver around the porch and then go back into the house.
All right, thank you.
Those are my comments.
All right, thanks. Amy, any summary comments for us?
I recommend approval with a -3 determination for this project. It's the creation of a portico and renovation of a deck in an existing decked area out the front of the house. One question I have is, out by the street, there's a retaining wall and stairs that are in somewhat state of degradation. Do you have any plans to do anything with those at this moment?
Yes, I mean, they eventually would need to be repaired or replaced, but I did not include that in my application, but that is something that certainly needs to be done.
Okay, just Yes, it wouldn't be covered under this application because you didn't ask for that. So in the future, that would have to come either to me administratively or to the Conservation Commission. I have no further questions.
I guess I couldn't add that as addendum to the application and a verbal request, right? I guess, or I would bring that to you and then maybe it could be approved without bringing it forth to the committee. I'm not sure how that process would work.
We'd have to know if it's in the same footprint or not. I question whether with the grades there, if it would, definitively be in the exact same footprint. So I think I would suggest you don't add that tonight until we can have a better idea of what it is, if it would be an exact replacement or a slight modification, because that piece is within the 50-foot no disturb.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion and the education. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Amy. Any comments or questions from commissioners, starting with Mark?
No remarks.
John?
No, I don't have anything.
Carolyn?
None.
Stan?
Just a quick question. So, I guess where you're gonna rebuild the deck or the porch or the portico, you don't, the wall, it's over a retaining, another part of the retaining wall, not the one that Amy was talking about?
I'm not sure I understand. What Amy was talking about was there's a retaining wall along the driveway that definitely needs to be repaired at a future date. And maybe I didn't have enough foresight to include that in the application, so I'm gonna have to redo that, come back with that suggestion.
I
There's
guess
a low wall, underneath the deck
Right.
now by the entry.
So I
Yes.
guess what I'm asking is, in order to construct this porch or portico that you want to talk, the wall that it's going on top of is in good condition and doesn't have to be repaired?
There's not, I guess I'm not, maybe Amy and I are not on the same page, but I don't really think that there's a wall there that's going to support the portico, right? It's going to stand on its own. The porch is going to stand on its own under, on the ground, built up from the ground.
It may be just a landscape timber that's there right now that goes underneath the top of the stairs that I saw.
Yes,
Maybe
yes, there
timber.
is a landscape timber and that will be removed.
Okay.
All set?
Yeah, well, so-
Any comments from members of the audience? All right, seeing none, would one of the commissioners like to make a motion?
I'll recommend approval with a -3 determination for the RDA for 7 Laurie Lane.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by John. Any further discussion?
I think it was recommended that they flush cut the tree removal.
Okay, that can be a condition.
When that tree is removed, will that bank be unstable with that old retaining wall?
That's the purpose of flush cutting it and not stump grinding. That way, over time, other vegetation can take over and help with the stability there. I would not recommend stump grinding that tree because it is holding the bank.
Okay. All right then. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate your volunteer efforts.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have a request for determination of applicability for 212 Route 28, map 11, parcel M2. It's a septic upgrade.
Good evening, Commissioner, members of the Harwich Conservation Commission. Dan Ojala, I'm a land surveyor and civil engineer with Down Cape Engineering in Yarmouthport, and helping the Wishing Well Motel out with a pretty straightforward septic upgrade. Our firm had actually done a old 78 code upgrade back in the day, mid-'80s. That is getting tired now. It's limping along, and it's time to replace it. So the owners have hired us to do that. The new code requires an extra foot of elevation and also pressure dosing. So we have done the required design. The portions which are within your jurisdiction are very minimal. Little bit of, we're going to put a work limit line. There's a bordering vegetated wetland to the north of the property. The tanks are outside of 100 feet. A little bit of piping just nicking within the 100, but everything is well away. It is all land subject to coastal storm flowage, though, so it did come in as a notice of intent because we're disturbing areas in there. Of course, with a huge tidal flood, a small amount of fill, like it is proposed for the leaching field, will not affect that. There's no real performance standards on that, and even if there were, I could assure you it's a very minimal impact because it's simply a small area, drop in the bucket, compared to the large flooding area. So it's a brand-new state-of-the-art, pressure-dosed leaching field, elevated up 5 feet above the groundwater. We're actually demoing the pool to make room for it. So, for better or for worse, that swimming pool is going to go away, and we'll have a large leaching field, generally in the area of that pool and a little bit to the west. And it'll remain parking over where the existing field is now. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Yep. Amy, any summary comments?
It is pretty straightforward. Aside from a section of pipe that's just nicking the 100-foot buffer, it's just flood zone. Where the existing pool is now, the pool is taking up, where the pool is where the majority of the new leach field will be raised up above. The rest of it is gravel driveway. The new tanks will be out in the back of the building, so just in the flood zone. So I would recommend approval with the -2 determination, with the conditions that they reseed the disturbed areas with a native Cape Cod mix and do not use fertilizers or chemicals in the flood zone.
Thanks, Amy. Any comments from the commissioners, starting with you, Mark?
No remarks?
John?
Nothing.
No.
Carolyn? Stan? All set? Members of the audience? All right, hearing none, would someone like to make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the septic upgrade for 212 Route 28, map 11, parcel M2, with a -2 determination, asking that they reseed the disturbed areas with a native grass seed and do not use fertilizers or chemicals.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, 5-0, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have a request to amend an order of conditions for 19 Wacquasit Road, map 5, parcel K1-41. It's a request to amend the order conditions SE 32-2360A and request to change a patio into a sunroom, install a roof over another portion of patio, install solar panels on the roof. Good evening.
Good evening. Would you like to
Oh,
update, or should I?
Sure, why don't you go ahead and just state your name for the record and go
Sure.
ahead.
Ben Stevens, I'm here with my wife Rita. We are the applicant for the project and the homeowner. For the record, we've actually modified the original amended request. So right now, it is the second covered area has been removed, the solar panels have been removed, and the room itself is not, I'm searching for a definition, but it is uninhabitable because it will not have heat and will have an exterior door between the room and the house. So our amendment, if you will, is simply to put operable windows, real windows, if you will, in that room. And that was not a permitted activity in the order conditions issued for that project back in 2018. I know there's been a lot of history on this one, so I'll try to run through it. Just if anyone's got any questions, if you want to stop me halfway through, that's fine. Couple things I think are important, and I think we are in agreement on these items. And if we're not, I'm happy to discuss that as well. Back in 2015, this 18 by 30 patio with a elevated retaining wall was constructed as part of order conditions issued. That permit involved an extensive reorganization, if you will, of the back of the house, of the hardscape, of some grass areas, And at that point, a significant portion of the front of the, when I say front, I mean the creek side, if you will, of the property was revegetated and/or put back to natural, and the lawn was greatly reduced due to this reorganization of this part of the rear yard, plus where a pool area is and another patio. This 18 by 30 dimension has been there since 2015. It's part of an as-built survey done by Stephen Doyle Associates at the 2016 Certificate of Compliance for the project, and I have a secondary survey by Bruce Salick and Associates, basically confirming the wall at around 18 by 30. If you measure the wall in one spot, it's 30. If you measure the overhanging cap, it's going to add another 3 or 4 inches on it. But as from the survey standpoint, from the setback standpoint, it's 18 by 30. As mentioned, in that 2018, we requested, we came before you for an order of conditions to convert that patio stone wall structure to a covered patio with a roof, posts, and interior framing for the roof, rubber roof, flat roof system. That was approved in 2019, I believe. And I'm assuming it was approved as an existing structure being built upon an existing structure, or a modification to a structure on the existing footprint, because there was no mitigation required for that part of the project. I think we all agree that both the 2018 order of conditions for the covered patio and this current request do not represent an environmental impact. Neither one, they're both being built on the existing wall from 2015. There's been no digging, no footings, no moving of earth. Everything that was done on the wall was done by hand, and the framing was done all up inside the existing patio wall area. Because we are not requesting this to be a 4-season room or a full season room, it's classified under the building code as uninhabitable, with the exterior door and the fact that it doesn't have heat as probably the biggest triggers under the building code. There's really no definition of habitable or uninhabitable in the both the Wetlands Protection Act or your local bylaw. Probably rightly so, wasn't really a threshold on which projects would be governed, in my opinion. So looking through your bylaw, I'm assuming, and I've had some discussions with Amy about this, about what this would be classified as. And there's been some mention that it might be considered this adding the windows would somehow be considered a new structure, or it would somehow be considered an addition. In reading the bylaw, I think it's fairly clear the organization of items in your bylaw starts as structure, as the superior category, if you will. Everything is defined as a structure with subcategories underneath: docks, decks, pools, patios, additions, new buildings, old buildings. They all represent structures, and to that I think we all agree. So I don't see this project, it may be an addition. It's not an addition necessarily on the building code term, and it may be, someone may use the generic term of addition, but I still view it as a structure, because addition is just a subcategory of structure. And I have to imagine that when it was permitted as a covered patio, and now being converted with the windows, but still no heat, it doesn't really change the classification that it had when it was a covered patio, or back when it was originally approved in 2015. My guess is, in reading the bylaw, the word addition was used to talk about a structure that existed within the 50 foot or the 100 foot that someone was adding something to, creating virgin disturbance within the buffer zone, not working upon an existing structure. It's not necessarily terribly clear on that, but that's kind of the opinion that I'm moving forward on. Now, I understand that there is no environmental disturbance from this, but I also understand the goals of the commission to try to mitigate all activity in the buffer zone, especially activity in the 50-foot zone. To that end, we did explore the highest and best alternatives available to us. For those of you who know or don't know, we have a septic system out front. It's a 3-bedroom septic. It has, I think, 4 variances. It has a groundwater separation variance. It has a distance to leach field separation, distance to leach field, and distance from wetlands to the leach field and wetlands to tank. So, in my opinion, the highest and best environmental enhancement we can provide would be a nitrogen reduction system on that tank. Right now, the house is used seasonal. My wife and I anticipate that in another few years, the house will be used almost year-round. Being that we are this close to a tidal creek, knowing the impacts of nitrogen flow into tidal creek areas, to me, this seems to be a reasonable alternative that we're okay doing. We're not required to do it because we would be required if the Board of Health deemed it a full season room, but that's not a request we're intend to make with the Board of Health. So we would be doing this outside of that requirement. We'd be doing this as an environmental enhancement with trying to keep in the spirit of we're leaving the environmental site better than it was after this project. Happy to talk about the mitigation system itself. I mean, it's not a cheap system. It's a $5,000–6,000 system. It requires yearly O&Ms to the Board of Health. Because we use the property seasonally, we'll have to start it up every year. It'll have to be started by a professional every year, because if it sits dormant for 3 or 4 months, they tell me it needs to be recharged before it can be used again under heavy use. So it's certainly a significant dollar item, and we hope it represents a significant environmental improvement to the area as well. I appreciate everyone listening to me.
Thank you. Amy, do you have any summary comments for us?
Sure, thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. I did have a chance, to speak with Mr. Stevens. We had an on-site with the commission last week, I believe it was. And after that, did an awful lot of thinking about this whole thing. So just to back up real quick, the patio is partially in the 50-foot buffer, partially small piece just outside the 50-foot buffer. The patio had been permitted previously. It has a wall around it, had a wall around it. Still does have a wall around it. And when we went out to the site last week, we remeasured everything based on what the widths and lengths were, plus or minus the stone veneer on the building. don't want to get bogged down in, whether something's a foot this way or a foot that way. We permitted in conservation an 18 by 30 patio back in 2015, as Mr. Stevens said. It is approximately that 29.9, then 18.6-ish, plus or minus the stone veneer. That being said, I don't think anything has changed since 2015 to that wall, other than potentially, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was the veneer added to that? Or was the veneer there prior to the porch?
No, it's actually real stone, so it's not a veneer.
I'm sorry.
But the top cap was there. It was shifted from a flat top cap to an angled top.
Okay, thank you. I guess bottom line is I'm getting is it was there prior to the 2018 application that Mr. and Mrs. Stevens had to, the way our order of conditions reads is column supported by a roof. I don't want to also get in, I don't think particularly like definitions such as additions, habitable space are necessarily in the realm of conservate, that's a building code, those definitions. Our order of conditions does say living space, however you want to define that. But that being said, it was just really supposed to be kind of an open area. So what Mr. Stevens is asking for now is to close that space in. So that is there, he is requesting a variance under our bylaw only, because he has to request a change to his order of conditions. When I looked at the project overall, even though it, part of the patio or room, or whatever we want to call it, is within the 50-foot buffer, it is on an existing footprint of an impervious surface. I have a hard time finding where in our regulations that what you're proposing to do now, or what you have now, has an environmental impact to the resource area that's greater than what was there previously. That being said, the whole intent of our regulation about no new building or addition within 50 feet is to prevent that gradual creep that we tend to see. And I'm not saying you folks, but in general, the intention is to prevent that creep closer to the wetlands. In the past, the commission has seen porches or decks changed into habitable space, and then, okay, well, we lost our deck or patio, now we want another one even further seaward. So that's kind of where, to my understanding, where all of this kind of, that language came from. We can't predict the future. I did have a chat with Mr. Stevens yesterday about this, and I'm hoping that there is a way for both the commission and the wetlands to see a benefit here, and for Mr. Stevens to have something that's not impactful, that is, serves your usage there. So I do think that the nitrogen reduction system will greatly, is a mitigating factor for asking for this enclosed space. I would be remiss, I did speak with it on the phone yesterday, of just saying, maybe not, full 3-to-1 type of mitigation for replanting, but in addition, a little bit of extra planting along the top of your existing edge of native planting as well, I would think would be very beneficial for the wetland resource area. And that's something we can chat about with the nitrogen reduction system, and potentially with some additional planting. I can recommend approval of the project.
Thank you, Amy. If I can ask a question up front on the fence, are we considering the fence tonight? If there's gonna be mitigation planting, the fence, basically is right where that would happen.
At the last meeting, the Conservation Commission told Mr. Stevens he has to remove the fence.
Okay,
Or Mr. Stevens said you would remove the fence too, and we said yes. So
okay, so if we discuss mitigation plantings, we'd just be aware that's that's pretty much where they would go. in
the
that
fence is kind of, is in between plantings. It's edge of lawn, plantings, fence, slope
Mhm.
down to the water. There's plantings on either side of that fence. I guess potentially it could go in the footprint of the fence, but there's not a lot of room there.
Mhm.
I was thinking along the edge of lawn.
Edge of lawn, okay, all right, that's good to know. All right, let's go with comments from the commissioners. Mark, do you have any?
Not at this time.
Okay, John?
I understand Amy's point. I'm having a little bit of a hard time supporting Amy's approach, and it has to do with process here. It has to do with the fact that the order of conditions from 2018 is very clear. And if the Stevens family objected to that, the appropriate approach would have been to have a full discussion with the Conservation Commission about that, rather than just proceeding, assuming you could do whatever you wanted, and ask for forgiveness later. I am not happy with that, and it's not just because you proceeded without having a discussion, but this has chewed up an awful lot of committee time for the Conservation Commission, trying to figure out what you're doing, having to go through multiple different versions of your proposals and your your explanation to us about what it is you were up to, which has changed basically every time. It's different this time than it was the last time. So I'm not really in favor of proceeding as Amy suggests without some further, without some more detailed discussion of what the remediation is, and I'm also in favor of fines for ignoring a stop work order.
All right, thanks, John. Carolyn?
This is a hard question. Why did you go ahead and put the windows in when you knew the order of conditions said no windows?
I put the window, they're not windows, they're Lexiplan. I mean, the problem is we're gonna argue about definitions, and I see things a certain way. I don't think I see them because I'm trying to spite the committee. I've been doing this a very long time. I know what the jurisdiction of the bylaw is. I don't, we had started this amended notice of intent back in November. Not brought to this committee by then, but I think it first showed up in January. But I have to deal with, the design had to change because I had no wind shear load, so I couldn't use 6x6 posts anymore. I had to use essentially studs. And I know you don't want to necessarily hear this, but there are a lot of other factors that go into building something, and had any of them required me to extend 10 more feet into closer to seaward, I would have said, I cannot put this bracing wall or this angled post or this whatever it may be, because I've just left I'm now in their jurisdiction again, and I need to bring this back before I can do that. Everything else, in my opinion, as a builder for 40 years and a developer for 30 years, is there are jurisdictions for different parts of projects. And as I mentioned on site, if I had jumped out of my 1830 envelope, I know I would have had to been, even if it was I needed to put a flood protection and an L-shaped brace wall on a side, and I have to go 10 more feet, I knew that would be unapproachable without talking to the commission first. But we proceeded with trying to design the thing for wind shear, wind load. I proceeded down a construction path. I knew it could be either a covered patio, a covered porch, or some degree between all three things. So it wasn't done to spite. And I did start this project last fall with trying to bring it back to the commission. Quite honestly, I looked at it, when I looked at the order of conditions, this was not in our wheelhouse in 2018. We had no intention of trying to think about this room in a different use. We spent a ton of time down here last year in COVID, and we said, we want to use this area. We now have, and that's the first time I looked at the order of conditions and it said no doors or windows. No windows or screens. And I said, okay, shame on me. I can't imagine an order of conditions being written with those words in my 40 years of doing this, because generally speaking, commissions don't really care about aesthetic items. They don't care about use items, short of changing the use or a garage use or a barn use or something that you can prove the use has environmental impact. But for us to say we want to get 4 more months out of it, until I saw those words, I was kind of like, okay, wait a minute. We've got to do something. And I asked Arlene, and I said, Arlene, this should be very simple. Can't we just ask Amy? She said, no, that's what it says. We've got to go back for amended order of conditions. I said, to have the words windows and screens changed? Why would the commission care about windows and screens? Anyway, and not my right to tell you what you should care about. I understand that completely, but remember, I'm going on my experience of what I know from the Wetlands Protection Act, which I know very well, and what I read in your bylaw. And nothing in there said, we care about how they use the room. We care about how the room looks, neither in the Wetlands Protection Act or your bylaw. And that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about how it looks and how we might use it.
Any further comments, Carolyn?
No.
Okay, Stan.
I have a large problem like John does. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm not a builder. I wouldn't have known, I wouldn't even know how to build that properly. It would probably fall down if I did it. But the order of conditions that was approved in 2018 was a roof and posts. Very clearly, we went back and looked, or I looked back and looked at that meeting video, and that's what it said. We went far beyond that. And we weren't talking about just windows and doors. We were talking walls. And I can understand where you might have then wanted to do further, but then you should have come before us then, not to just go ahead and proceed with what was done there and now say, oh, well. And I can understand your opinion as a builder, but I think a lot of the rules are pretty clear, and I think you've come before the commission, and as you said, other commissions, you know what the rules are. And I think this should have been, a revised plan should have been presented before us for approval, not just go ahead and not do what you want. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thanks, Dan. I don't have a lot to add further. I'd love to see this resolved. We have talked about this a lot, and so I'm hoping we can find a resolution tonight. I did go back to the hearing minutes from December 19th, 2018, to listen to those. And it was pretty clear. I mean, we struggled at that meeting about varying from the patio, and we agreed that we could allow this change if it was not to become more than just a patio with a roof. And that was a big theme in the meeting. And I think Amy's comments on encroachment are important. That's really environmental impact I think we see a lot, is that we allow something to happen in the 0 to 50, and there's encroachment that it goes from there. Often it's extending the lawn into the buffer zone further or to the resource area. And so that's probably the biggest concern we have. And so, yeah, it wasn't constructed as permitted. So I think that's a problem I have. I agree with John about we should discuss fines. I like the discussion that you and Amy has had on having the enhanced septic system. I think that's probably a good mitigation feature. It seems like you're willing to do that, and so I think that's probably a way we can move forward. So that's really all I got. I think, it's, your interest to put the windows in makes a lot of sense. I can understand where you're coming from. I'm just trying to find out how we can do this from a process standpoint and accept it. But I think if you came before us back in 2018 asking for that full enclosure with the windows, the walls, it would not have been approved. I don't think we would have agreed. So, Mark, do you have any follow-up comments? I know you were thinking about things.
No, I really don't. No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I would like to find a way to work in what Amy and Mr. Stevens has discussed with the septic system upgrade, with the plantings, and I would like to propose fines for both the construction did not meet the original order of condition, as well as the fence installation without a permit. If there's any other thoughts on fines, that's fine. Let's discuss it now. John, any thoughts on a way out of this, your end?
Well, if the commission sees fit to approve the revised plan, I would consider voting to approve that if there's substantial mitigation plantings in the current lawn area, A, and B, there's substantial fines assessed for specifically, the big problem here, in my view, is the choice of the Stevens to ignore the stop work order. If the Stevenses had paid attention to the stop work order, even assuming that they didn't actually get the thing for a month, they still got it by the end of April, but still chose to ignore it, we could have had this conversation a long time ago and tried to clear it up, but we didn't. So I would like to find a way to apply daily fines against the ignoring the stop work order.
I share your concern. I think it's problematic because, there was a delivery issue. So,
Yeah, I don't know that that's our problem, though.
yeah.
I don't see that it's our problem. It's completely opaque to us. And I think what's clear to me is the dates are fuzzy, but it's pretty clear that there was an explicit decision made by the Stevens that they were gonna proceed even though they knew that the conservation agent at the Conservation Commission had voted to issue a stop work order in March, and they knew that at the time. And they apparently did not receive the stop work order until sometime later, but eventually they did receive the stop work order, and they still chose to ignore it. And their explanation, as I understand it, is that they don't think we have jurisdiction. Well, that's not true. We do have jurisdiction, and that's the biggest problem I see here, is the Stevens are arguing we don't have jurisdiction. It is definitely untrue, and I don't think that the Conservation Commission can just let that pass. And, you know, we have a couple of choices. We can tell them, I'm sorry, you can't keep that structure, or we can assess fines and demand further remediation.
Well, for me, I think plantings and the septic system upgrade are significant improvements. And so I prefer that over large fines, particularly when we have a problem with the sequencing of the stop work order. So I don't know how folks feel about that. I think trying to deconstruct the actual days and have a daily fine, I think that's difficult to do.
What was the date that we went out to visit their property last month?
Sometime when I was out after my surgery.
Amy was not here, so.
Amy
So
was not
sometime
there.
between
We went
April
out-
5th
we went out
and
there to
April
visit
20th.
it. At that time,
Yeah, I
we
wasn't
did
there.
discuss with Mr. Stevens, I believe, that there was a stop work order. At that time, the plexiglass windows were not in. So we have at least that specific day, whether, I mean, I'm sure we can look it up, because that would have been on our agenda, and it would have been the morning of.
So just to amplify on that, in Mr. Stevens' notes that he submitted to us that are on the server, he himself says that he knew that we voted to approve a stop work order at a March meeting. I mean, that's stated there, and there's a lot of other explanation about, you know, what happened subsequently, but Mr. Stevens knew that the commission voted to approve a stop work order and proceeded to find reasons to ignore the stop work order. That is a problem in my view.
I agree. Response?
I'm not sure if you read the notes, but I did, in the notes, you'd see that I did reach out to town council March 18th. As you can imagine, construction at this time of year with a very short season is a very scheduled event. So I requested of town council, I said, if there's a stop work order, I need to know about it, I need to know who has the authority, and I need to know under what authority they're doing it. Now, I have scoured the regulations. Stop work order is a building code term. It is not an environmental protection term. Enforcement order is different. And the terms of an enforcement order say, you're an enforcement order, you have fill piles or you have material too close to a wetland, you need to stop or you need to resolve that. Generally speaking, it sometimes has nothing to do with another project. I have never gotten a stop work order, but I understand it from a construction standpoint. A stop work order is a building inspector has to issue it. He has to tell you why. He has to tell you how long. He has to tell you the conditions for which he's going to let you get back to work. They have to come with the stop work order, period. It's just the way the law is written so that building projects can't be stopped willy-nilly. So when I receive a stop work order from a commission that I'm not quite sure has the authority to, I went to your town council and I said, I'm confused. Enforcement order, I understand. But if there's an enforcement order, we need to know, what are we enforcing? That's usually enforcing against an action. You're digging too close to a wetland, we're enforcing you to stop digging near the wetland or to remove the piles or whatever you might do. That's all. It wasn't, I'm thumbing my nose at any commission, but there's procedures for this. There are actions, there are consequences, there are costs. I went to your town council to get solid answers because I could at least qualify. Okay, if this is true and the building department agrees with this, what are the conditions that I need to proceed? Because that by law is a requirement to give whoever's doing the work. They need to have the conditions for which they can proceed. You just can't shut a job down. So, and when I heard nothing from town council, I made assumptions, maybe I shouldn't. I think we didn't have Amy at that point. Has town council told them not to issue this? Is it not being sent to me? I had no idea. I was waiting for somebody to send me an email or a notice or something to clarify what had happened that night before. And I never got it.
Yeah, I think it is kind of a tricky issue in that regard. And so I would rather see us find a way out of this where we can gain some environmental improvements. And so seeking a daily fine related to the stop work order, I don't know if that's a great path.
I would agree.
Yeah, I think it's a little too tricky. And so what I think, let's talk about mitigation, and then I think, I would like to see a fine for not following the original order of condition, for not seeking an amendment before work was done, and for the fence being installed without a permit. Those are three issues that I think should be fined, and we routinely find properties for those type of violations.
Mr. Chairman, can you differentiate between the first two items?
Well, the first one was, there was an existing order of conditions that said, here's how the structure should be.
Yep.
And things were done that varied from that.
Right.
And so they should have come back at some point with an amendment requesting to make these changes.
Uh-huh.
Do you think they're too similar, those two concepts? Okay. Okay.
Just my opinion.
No, I value your experience in this one. In terms of the process and what happened, Amy, do you see other items? Obviously, there's an interest to have, fines for what happened. Do you see other things that could be fined or should be fined?
It's a tough question. Because my inclination is to try to improve the environment. However, I mean, I think it would be, why am I having a hard time finding the words? You would have the right to fine for starting the work contrary to the order of conditions that was written, and for the fence.
Mm-hmm. That's what I came up with, but I also thought not filing for amendment, but I guess you're saying it's
the same
It's the
thing.
same, okay.
Because then, yeah, I mean, starting the work, right, you started doing some work that was in excess of what was written in the order, and then you filed, it's the same.
Okay. And I know what John's saying about the stop work order, but if it wasn't received with clear understanding of how it should proceed, then I think it's tough. The knowledge was there, that we voted on it. But I think that this probably has to be a physical receiving that. And he did follow up with town council, so there was some process that went on.
I put a request in to use council, and I have that, and it was granted. I submitted it on March 26th. I don't have a date that it was forwarded to council, but I do have administration's signature on it. I said I wanted to update council prior to my leaving for my emergency on April 2nd. So And I don't have all the correspondence here with me in my paper file, so I can't speak to that right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go and look at I don't have a copy of the enforcement order in here, I can go get it. It's on the computer if you wanted to see it. The enforcement order, as Mr. Stevens said, the enforcement order has a stop work component to it, where part of the enforcement is to stop, and I can't remember what else we wrote in there, but I could go look at that, that's not a problem.
So, my take on this is there were layers of communication problems, not all of which were Mr. Stevens' issue. Some of it was Mr. Stevens, and some of it was town stuff. So I don't have anything more to say about that.
Yeah, I know, and so that's why I think trying to assess a daily fine on that work stop is a little bit difficult to do. So I don't think it's really appropriate.
I have a question. Right now, the plexiglass windows are in place. Are you asking us now to approve hurricane strength windows? Is that
Yes, we're asking to, that's what the
you're
amendment,
asking us to approve? We could stop now, could we, and not approve those windows? And leave the structure the way it is?
That's a tricky one. So the amendment request, which is in front of you tonight, is to finish that room, meaning as, with windows.
but no
You have a
heat.
right, you have a couple options. You can approve or you can deny that request.
Those windows are not in yet.
Correct.
Correct. But there's also, I mean, it's not just, so the commission approved a roof supported by columns. I'm not a builder, so between the column and the window, there's a little bit of wall space or whatnot. So that's technically, I mean, by just not approving, if you're gonna keep the Lexan but not put the windows in, I don't see a big difference between the two of them, to be honest. But that's just me. And again, it's more so, we're talking about a building or, a building or addition.
And presumably, there would not be the nitrogen enhancement. So our opinion is a denial of the windows, because we're willing to do the nitrogen enhancement, is sort of a net negative environmentally.
I get that.
So,
Yeah. We have a question from a member of the audience.
Yeah, you'll have to come up to the mic, please. Thank
Identify
you.
yourself, please.
Yeah, my name is Bill Lionetta. I live at 16 Wacquasit. We use the creek a lot down in there for boating and so forth. And I'm sitting back here watching this. We're talking about enhancements to the creek. We see algae blooms, lettuce, what we call lettuce algae. And it happens every year, and it's from the nitrogen. And what I see is the commission conflicted between fines and doing what's right for the environment. The legal process, I listened to some of your meetings online about what went on with the stop order or enforcement. I know a little bit about the legal process. I'm not a lawyer. But it sure sounds like the process wasn't followed from a legal standpoint. And that's frustrating to the commission. And so I see all this back and forth going, let's talk about the environment. That's what we have a conservation commission for. You're here to help improve the environment. Mr. Stevens is talking about making improvements to the nitrogen that goes into the creek. That's a plus. And what I hear is, let's not put the windows, let them put the windows in and forget about the nitrogen. Come on. Are we worried about the environment, or are we worried about fines and money? I don't care about the fines and the money. I care about the environment and the creek we use. The families swim down there. People come up in kayaks all the time. It's a great place. Come down on the weekend and see how people use it. You wouldn't have this concern like, you didn't follow our process. Well, you didn't send the notice. I know about that stuff. I do understand it. Because the world I lived in, I had to deal with that. So I'm sorry it happened that way, but let's worry about the environment. And let's put all of the rest of it, put your personal feelings aside, and let's do what's right for the community.
Appreciate the
Thank you.
comments. No, thank you. Appreciate the comments. You know, we did send a notice. It went to the wrong address. So we attempted to do the right thing. There was, yeah. But either way, we need to discuss all these things. So I think we're getting towards where we're going to have some mitigation that makes sense for the environment. But we have
That
to
would be
talk.
great.
A lot has happened. We've had a lot of hearings on this, so we have to discuss it. And that's a legitimate question to ask. Thank you for your
Thank you
time.
very much. Thanks
Yep.
for listening.
So I guess what I'd like to do, I think the nitrogen enhancement is a solid mitigation feature that will help us move forward here. And I'd like to see some discussion on what type of further mitigation plantings Amy has in mind or Mr. Stevens has in mind. And, you know, I am going to, at some point, ask for a motion on fines, but I think we're limited to what we can really put down, given what's happened. So I think, I've said it already, I think the real feature here we're trying to work on is a substantial mitigation feature. So, what do you think is the basis in terms of square footage, Amy?
Well, what I did originally, and I spoke with Mr. Stevens about this on the phone yesterday, was typically if you have structure in the 0 to 50 or 50 to 100, we multiply by 3 or by 2, depending on if it's in the 50 or 50 to 100. That came up with about 1,500 square feet. If you take this structure, which is 500 something, and multiply it by 3. However, the nitrogen removal piece, I think, is, you know, and Mr. Stevens said he had something of only about 3,000 square feet of lawn in the backyard. So my thoughts is a combination of the two. So I think the nitrogen removal piece is good. I just did a quick measurement of the Stevens's backyard, and from roughly going by the contour, or the edge of the lawn area, about 140 linear feet there. And to add another 4 to 5 foot, and to add at least a row or two of plantings along that edge there, I think would be beneficial.
So lawn would come out?
Yes,
Okay.
a row or two of plantings. That would be, a row would be about 4 feet wide. 2 rows would be roughly double that.
Okay. We've got a big agenda tonight, so I think what I'd like to do is ask the commissioners to comment on Amy's thought of mitigation and then fines at the same time, and then we'll wrap this up fairly soon. And I presume that type of mitigation planting is okay from your perspective?
Well, I actually did a little closer measurement, and the total room is 480 square feet.
Okay.
There's 450 in the 50. We only have about 2,700 total of lawn in the 50. And I had some discussion with Amy, and I said if I could do, it's token, but a 1-to-1 is basically going to that north, you probably don't remember it, but on the north side, where all the boxwoods and the Carolina rose is planted, we have, I could probably swipe out another 3 to 4 feet of grass on that hole from the gate north, if you will. It's one of the closest places to it. On the south side, the planting bed is already 5 feet wide. I actually already took out some lawn. That's where the wildflowers are. So that bed is already 5 to 6 feet, but the bed on the north side is only about 2 feet. So if it's okay, I can achieve 450, 500 square feet by shaping out that bed, removing the grass. It's already kind of getting taken over by Carolina rose anyhow. I can add a couple of more, so it keeps, you know, they're tubing out into the lawn anyhow. But this, if I remove the sod and add a few more, it kind of lets that area, this is in front of the fence now, so my side of the fence, if you will.
Yep.
So, and that would be at a minimum a 1-to-1, and I could go over that with Amy, and still do the,
That's about square footage I came about with anyways. I came about 500 square feet, which would be a 1 row. So where exactly, my That is, as long as it goes adjacent to existing native plantings. We don't want anything isolated. We want existing native plantings closer to the water. That's my recommendation.
All right. Okay, so I'll shortly ask for a motion on the request for the amendment as well as for fines. So any last comments on those two concepts?
I'm a little vague as to 1 row, 2 rows. I know you're talking the north side, but you're actually, does the back side of your house faces east?
Roughly.
South is to the right when you're looking at the water.
South is to the right.
So this
So
is the
the
north
house-
side. This is away from the
I know
ocean
where the
side.
north side is.
Yeah.
But it faces east.
Yes, we face east.
You face
The
east.
backyard faces east.
The backyard faces east. So where they're taking out that white picket fence,
Mm-hmm. Which is the extent of it's all along the backyard.
all along the backyard, there is already a bed that varies from 5 feet to 3 feet, you said?
It's wider on the, if you use my gate, if you will, from the center of the I'm gonna call that the south side. That's already a relatively wide bed. We've actually been removing lawn and putting wildflowers
South
in.
side is.
The
yeah,
north
okay.
side is narrow.
The north
relative.
side of the gate.
The north side bed from the white fence, which is coming out, to the lawn is only 2 feet. And what I'm talking about, let's take that bed, let's go 3-4 more feet of lawn to achieve an additional 500 square feet of lawn being removed, and in
I-
its place, putting the Carolina.
I think I would be happier seeing the mitigation beds facing east, so that we are contiguous with the wetlands.
They are. That's what I mean. They're on the.
I have a plan right here.
I've got sort of the big one. So that's your north-south orientation, right here. So here's where all our 2015 plantings are, right through here. The blue is the white fence, but we're talking about basically expanding, because if you see this dark line here, that's the actual grass line. So we're talking about taking this section of grass out, because this is where most of the Carolina roses and the boxwoods have started to really thicken up. We had some scouring there before, but they started to thicken up. So I would add more where the grass was in this section through here, which is, yes, east,
East.
but on the north side of the property.
But we're looking at this now as actually a new structure in the 50, right?
I don't think so.
I would say, whether it's a building or addition, a room is different than a patio, but again, let's just say it that, a room is different than a patio.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm a little uncomfortable with 1-to-1 mitigation.
Keep in mind the nitrogen reduction system.
Yes.
All right, let's go around fairly quickly and ask for comments, then we're gonna summarize and have a motion. Mark, any further comments?
Structure's a structure. Patio, roof, doesn't matter, we're splitting hairs. That's what it comes down to, that's how I see this. If the patio is whatever the dimensions are and you put a roof on it, the ground coverage doesn't change. So there's no impact one way or the other. The mitigation, I think, is helpful. The nitrogen reduction is obviously helpful. These things are very positive. The more potential habitat in the backyard, the better. It's pretty simple and pretty clear to me. I don't support the fines. I think it's counterproductive. The circumstance is a little bit unfortunate. I think maybe Mr. Stevens did overreach a little bit, but at the same time, I think we're kind of splitting hairs. And I think it's time to close this up and move on.
All right, thank you. I will say for, that kind of varying of an order of condition as well as installing a fence without a permit, it would be pretty unprecedented for us not to find those occurrences.
I'm not talking about the fence.
Well,
That's,
I want to resolve as much of this as we can tonight. So, John?
Yeah, I'd be more in favor of 2-to-1 than 1-to-1. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
I already said it.
Yep.
I have no more comments.
Okay. Well then, In the interest of moving along, I think I'd like to make a motion that we,
Can I just,
sure.
in all fairness, I know we all want this to go away, but I don't have 2-to-1 to give up. And that reaches the threshold where I will take this further, and I don't think that serves any of us. Because then whatever happens, there won't be a nitrogen reduction on it. I may not get my windows, but
When you say you'll take it
I'll
further.
I'll have to appeal.
Yeah,
I talked about, and I said, my limit's 1-to-1, I just don't have that much grass. I really don't. And going to 900 or 1,000, that's almost 30 to 40% of my entire 50-foot area of grass.
Right.
Which is why I know the nitrogen is expensive. I thought it was, from an environmental standpoint, I'm guessing it's way more value than that 500 square feet of land. Can't say for sure, but I'm not a lawn guy. So I told Amy, we had a little dog died of bladder cancer, and we're convinced it's the chemicals people use on their lawns in our neighborhood. So my lawn is not pretty, never will be pretty, but it's all I got. And I'd really like to keep it at the 1-to-1.
yeah. Well, I understand where you're coming from. We'll call for a vote and see where it goes. I mean, it seems like you're on the margin of having support to allow the windows to go in. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, so I was gonna make a motion, I am gonna make a motion to support the request to amend the order to allow the windows to go in with the mitigation of the nitrogen enhancement system installed, as well as the 1-to-1 mitigation.
I would second that.
All right, so we have a second. Any discussion? Any further comments from members of the audience, here or remotely? All right, then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so the motion carries 3-2. In terms of fines, John, would you like to make a motion on the fines?
No, I'll let someone else make the motion.
Okay. Well, I'll start by making a motion that we fine the property for violating the order of conditions from 2018 for building the structure beyond what was permitted for $300, and then fine the installation of the fence and the lawn without a permit for $300. Have a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's under discussion. Any comments?
Can I just clarify, we do have, in terms of the date of removal, there was a date set for removing that fence. I believe
July
it's July
1st.
1st, right? Okay,
July 2nd.
July 2nd, okay.
The fine is
Yes,
just for the
right.
installation without
Right.
a permit.
Right, no, I just wanted to clarify that Will
I
was,
thought it was July 1.
It was a public hearing, and Caroline did offer to, after the weekend of the 4th, if you remember
oh
that
no, I don't
conversation.
remember.
So
I
I would
did.
respectfully ask
onsite.
that.
At the onsite.
But that was not the
That was
vote.
not an official,
Okay, I just,
and I would rather go to the 2-to-1, so I wouldn't push me if I were you.
So the commission, to make it easy last time, it was, I have to go back in my notes, it was the 1st or the 2nd of July.
Correct.
Mr. Stevens at our onsite did request to keep it longer. I had said, well, that wasn't the we weren't voting on the onsite, so that was not the appropriate venue. You're in the middle of a motion right now for fines. Why don't we finish that?
Okay.
And then if the commission wants to, if you have your right to request a few extra days if you want. But let's finish the motion first.
Okay. All right, so the motion's on the table for 2 fines, $300 each, total of $600. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? So the motion carries 4-1. All right, so would you like to make a request now to keep the fence for another week? Is that,
basically, the 7th was discussed, and that would be great, because we
Yeah.
do have a lot of, like I said, a lot of dogs there that weekend. So
Yeah.
it'd be very helpful.
all right, I don't object to that, so I'm gonna make a motion that we grant that request. And then once I have a second, we can have a little discussion if need be. Do I have a seconded by Mark. So under discussion, any feelings, any thoughts?
What are your intentions regarding a fence going forward?
There may be a time in the future, probably not the near future, when we might reapply for the fence. We, as I mentioned on site, we have a lot of coyote and fox that trot through there, and I got very little dogs. So, and there's a mesh fence there that's been there for a long time, but I don't think that's a fight we want to discuss right now. So we may come back in 6 months or a year with a petition that makes sense, then can maybe provide some more environmental enhancement.
Are you gonna look at the aspect of the pool being right there also?
Yeah, we did. And the pool has a cover. So we're technically okay with the building department, but we have had insurance carriers say that it's not enough, because you can walk over and open the cover. So, but I think that's something we just rather move past this first.
So the 1 week extension means a lot to you, but you have no plans on putting up another fence for 6 to 9 months?
Well, there's a mesh fence there, and for the sake of the first, which is the Thursday before the 4th of July, and getting people to do anything is difficult, and we happen to have a lot of people coming that weekend, I didn't bring it up, and I'm not trying to lose your support. You mentioned it, and I said that was great, because we are having a big crowd here on the 4th. So that's all.
I was assuming the fence was important to you and that it
Very
would
important to
be replaced
I'd be happy to talk about
in
it.
some way as soon as possible, but if
In my reading, once again, it dives into subjective territory, because we're talking about a fence, and a fence is a structure. So that's a whole new ball of wax under your code. I see it from the Wetlands Protection Act as a minor thing and permissible and making sense in this application, but I don't think we should waste the commission's time anymore talking about it. And if we need to be, I'll bring it in later.
I agree. Under our bylaw, it would require a variance. So
Understood.
that's another time.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we have a motion on the table to,
You don't have a
we
motion.
haven't a motion yet. It's, okay, then I'll make a motion that we extend.
Oh, you did, sorry, you did, and Mark seconded, I'm sorry,
Okay,
to the 7th.
all right, then let's just have a vote on it. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, so that motion fails.
What was that motion? Oh, the changing the date.
To give you an extra week.
Well, that motion failed. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Did you still have a comment?
Yeah, I'll just make a comment about the wildlife we see. There's a red fox, we see more than one or two running around. Goes through my yard, goes from my yard over to the Stevens yard out back through Mirasol on a daily basis. I can watch them. We do have wild turkeys that come by. The last one came by my front door within 10 feet of the door. And then we have coyotes. And a lot of that, I think, is driven because of the creek. And then the beach, the Allen Harbor Beach Association, open dune that's down at the end of Waquasit Road. So there's quite a bit of wildlife that runs through there, as well as osprey. So anybody that's got small pets, small kids, needs to be very aware of it. So our fence is important to families, you betcha. And so, again, I hear, let's not do this and let's not have that. And I'm saying, come down, live in the neighborhood and see what goes on. And that's why I'm here tonight. I took the time today to listen to 2 or 3 hours of past meetings and the conversations going back and forth. And I want to say thank you to the commission for at least listening and getting us most of the way there. But I think you need to think about what families have to deal with where we're going with wildlife in the neighborhood. I watched a coyote 3 years ago stalk a kid up the street.
Yep, and I thank you for that perspective, and I understand it, but we also, our job is to protect that resource area and 0 to 50 buffer zone. So we're really looking for ways to not see encroachment and new
understand.
development in that 0 to 50.
I understand. You gotta balance it with some safety.
Well, I'd like to make a comment, and it's nothing against anybody personal, but I'm not even near a wetland, and I have all kinds of wildlife in my neighborhood. Coyotes are there. I have wild turkeys that fly up in our trees every night and roost there, and all kinds of wildlife. So it's not just because of the wetlands area.
I understand.
I'm going to thank you and say.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for
And
listening.
appreciate all the discussion. So, all right. I think we're all set. Thank you for your time. Okay, next, we have a notice of intent for 226 South Westgate Road, map 56, parcel M2-5. It's a proposal for a new dwelling and appurtenances.
Good evening again, Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Dan Ojala. I'm a land surveyor, civil engineer with Downcape Engineering in Yarmouthport, helping Mark Zippo out at 226 South Westgate Road with a new dwelling on a recently approved subdivision plan. This is an open space subdivision plan. And I will try and make my remarks quick, make up a little time here. I think this is a pretty straightforward one. We worked with Amy on this to pull the house a little bit further from the resource area. As open space, we're about a 12,000-foot lot, where the rest of the balance of 40,000 is conserved around the site. So we feel that this is a good candidate for a variance. We are requesting a variance from your regulations. We pulled the hardscape more than 60 feet away, and it's much more than a 2-to-1 mitigation that's required, because this is the only lot that will have to have any hardscape really within the 100 at all, and you've got about 12,000 square foot, so it's about 18 or 1,900 square foot on this lot, but we've got almost 12,000 square foot, so a big multiplier of that conserved as part of the open space subdivision. And I think you can all understand that if you've got a little tiny development area with an open space dedicated around it, and that's been approved, then to come in with a new regulation and say on that little tiny lot, without any benefit of the open space, you have to mitigate on this site and pay monies, probably is a little bit unfair. So I think this is a great example to show that how smart planning of cluster preserves quite a bit of open space and handily meets your regulation. All the work is outside of the 50. If you'd like a little rail fence on the 50, we'd be happy to do it. It's a simple little site plan. Again, it's a tremendously large subdivision, so it's a 4-bedroom house. It's pretty similar. There was a kind of a more square one that was approved under the older order, but town water, road has recently been constructed, and should be a pretty straightforward and good little project. I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have them.
All right, thank you. Amy, do you have a summary for us on this one?
Sure. After visiting, well, when you visit the site, you'll notice that the site is pretty bare. Up near the road, some fill has already been brought in, but with the exception of a smallish pile, all the fill almost directly stops right at the 50-foot buffer zone line. It almost goes at a direct diagonal, like the 50-foot buffer zone line goes here. Whether that was intentional prior, I don't know, but it's right at the 50. There is a bit of fill in there, so fill in the 50 to 100. The lot itself, I went back in Google Earth to see, the lot's clearly been stripped. I went back and just saw how far I could go to see how long this lot and there's 2 other lots to the north really haven't had much vegetation or just had Cape Cod grass on them. And I went back as far as 1995 before I really couldn't tell anymore, and the lots really were stripped and vacant at that time. So there's not substantial vegetation that needs to be removed. Here's where I'm going with this. So it is new structure. Upon speaking with me, and I made Mr. Ojala and the applicant aware that we don't allow any new building or addition within 60 feet of a wetland. They were able to pull it closer to one of their sidelines and get it so that the corner of the house where the garage is 60 feet and the staircase off the deck is 61, 61.9. I looked at the the plan that you gave us about the open space, and I agree that this is the lot that has the most buffer zone essentially in it, that potentially could have dwelling or structure in it. So in this case, I do think that the setting aside, regardless of why it was for, whether it was for the required by the planning board or by us, it is on an off-site mitigation, in my opinion. One question I do have for you, well, I have one question. Who's holding the open space restriction on this property? Do we know? I was just you're gonna be asking us to do that?
Well, it's actually already been deeded to the town under the care of the Conservation Commission. So you guys are the proud owners of all that open space. Yeah,
Nobody told, good thing we knew that.
I'll give you the deed if you'd like it.
I would like it.
Yeah, I looked it up.
All right, we can find it online, that's not a problem.
Yeah,
Where I was going with it is either the town or the trust should hold the open space, just because if an association that is, the homeowners along here own it, we see a lot of encroachment when that happens. So we want to see it either by the town or by the trust.
And I think we'll set some concrete bounds on the back of the lot corners. That's required under the subdivision control law. So maybe a tiny bit of disturbance, but no, you guys own the fee simple and have all the power on it, and it's your, but it was, set aside to create this little building envelope, a lot of open space. So we're just, looking for that to be equitable and fair.
Yep.
And I appreciate you working with us on it.
Sure, and I mean, the most critical piece in my mind of the open space that's being, as part of the subdivision, is in this area where this is the buffer zone to the BBW that's against the Herring River. So this is a critical piece that open space is critical to keep open space, in my mind.
No farming.
I would recommend the approval with the conditions that there's no fertilizers or even organics, and no chemical application within the 100-foot buffer zone. That we do have we kind of appreciate living fences instead of split rail. Certainly that can be chatted about, but a living fence along the 50-foot buffer zone line to where it kind of, for a while, the 50-foot buffer and the limit of work really are right next to each other.
Yep.
When they branch off and the limit of work goes north, instead of just having, I would like to see the fence continue along that limit of work line as it goes north to the property line on the north side. So essentially, that's still within the 100-foot buffer zone.
Thank you, Amy.
So that's a little bit of in addition to, because our regulations read, a vegetated buffer strip also can be requested, so.
All right, thank you. Mark, any comments?
No, I don't have any remarks on this at all.
Okay, John?
I just have a simple question. There are two lots next to this?
Correct.
So, and they appear to be at least partly in the 100-foot?
Yeah, but
So-
barely any. So
I see.
just, you can see here is just the back of them, so there wouldn't be a hardscape back there. It wouldn't meet a yard setback even.
But we're just dealing with this one lot?
Correct. The last one, they came in with 3 notices and did all at once. But I think this one is just the one, and we'll probably just put a work limit line and not even file with the others. Just stay out of your jurisdiction.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
All right, Carolyn?
No comments?
Stan? All right, so the map, or the plans we have show the distances, and they'll be modified, Amy?
Yes, I think I handed out tonight, it wasn't in your packet, but one of the things I
Oh.
gave you tonight is the
Oh,
new
good.
one.
Day and it's 60.
Yep.
June
okay.
9th, 21 is the new.
Yeah, some of you had it ahead. Brad, I did put one on
Yep.
near you.
Okay. All right, well, I think we have really just one condition that I've heard on the no chemical applications. Was there another?
I had suggested a living fence where the limit of work and the 50-foot buffer zone are, and then where they branch off, I suggested the living fence continue along the limit of work line, and that would be a fence of native plantings. Just so it meets the lot line to the north, not really wrapping around.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense, yeah.
Is that suitable for you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd ask you, could we just extend that straight? I mean, there's not much backyard on
Oh,
this.
yeah.
And so if we just extend that straight, I think
Yeah, I have
that's very
no
reasonable.
problem. Me, I have no problem with that.
Through the L in Lot 3.
Yeah, instead of jogging,
Yeah, it's just kind of a
To the
weird
left
curly
there,
Q,
just-
and then what do you do with the end of it? And, yeah, so it'll just look a little more normal to have it like that.
Okay.
I have no problem with that.
And you'll discuss species and that type of
Yep.
thing? Okay,
I'll put it in the conditions. I'll give you a variety and spacing.
okay. Any comments from members of the audience? All right, seeing none, would someone like to make a motion on this?
I'll move to approve the notice of intent for 226 South Westgate Road with the conditions of the standard no chemical application and also the discussed living fence.
Okay,
I'll second it.
seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous.
Thank you very
5-0.
much.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, next we have a notice of intent for 4 Geraldine Avenue, map 16, parcel A1-6. It's a proposal for a garage addition, pool, patio, and relocation of septic system.
Hi, good evening. This is Stephanie Sequin. I'm an engineer with Ryder and Wilcox, and I'm representing Chris Cooney, who is the owner and applicant of the property at 4 Geraldine Ave. And I believe Chris is on one of the phone callers, but hopefully he'll be able to chime in with any comments. So this property at 4 Geraldine Ave, it's located on a dead end, a cul-de-sac off Neal Road. It's a 17,700 square foot lot. There's an existing single-family dwelling that was built in 2012, 2013. There are several resource areas that are located just off the premises to the west. There's the riverfront that's associated with the Andrews River, I believe it's called. We've showed on the site plan, we located the top of the bank. The Andrews River is tidally influenced and flows within a well-defined bank. So we've located the top of the bank, and we're showing the 200-foot riverfront measured from the top of the coastal bank. Moving landward from the river, there's an adjacent salt marsh, and then moving inland from that, there's a bordering vegetated wetland that's contained within a low, flat, low area. We're showing the 50 and 100-foot buffers to the edge of the vegetated wetland. The existing dwelling is partially located within the riverfront and within the 50 to 100-foot buffer to the BVW. We also have land subject to coastal storm flowage. The 100-year flood zone here is an A zone, elevation 11, and the entire site lies within the 100-year flood zone or within the land subject to coastal storm flowage. The site is developed with lawn, foundation plantings and screening plantings. There's hardscaping that consists of a pervious shell driveway, a stone patio, stone walkways, and retaining walls. And the existing Title V septic system has a septic tank, pump chamber, and a leaching system that was constructed within a raised containment wall. What's being proposed with this project on the south end of the house, which is where the driveway and the garage are, we're showing a small addition coming out 6 feet to the side and 22 feet long. It is on the landward side of the building. It's located outside of the riverfront and outside of the 100-foot buffer, but does still lie within the land subject to coastal storm flowage. This will be constructed on a slab. And as part of the garage expansion, we're proposing to reconfigure the existing shell driveway what's now a pretty large, expansive parking area. We're going to convert that into more of a circular driveway with a planted area in the middle. And we're actually going to be reducing the footprint of the driveway, and it will remain pervious material. On the opposite end of the building, where there is the existing lawn area, we're proposing an in-ground swimming pool with surrounding patio constructed at the existing grade to offset, to partially offset that additional square footage. We're proposing to remove the existing patio that's located on, I'll call it the westerly side of the house. And we'll provide some foundation plantings in place of that patio, and those plantings will be native shrubs. As part of the pool installation, we're going to remove the existing septic tank and pump chamber and install new tanks a little bit further landward, a little bit further from the resource areas, and that was in an effort to make room for the proposed swimming pool. So little side benefit of getting those tanks just a little bit further from the resource area. With the notice of intent, I included a coverage calculation worksheet, and within, I combined the area within the riverfront and within the 50 to 100 foot buffer, and came up with an increase of 1,046 square feet between basically in hardscaping. We're offsetting that by a reduction in the driveway that's within the land subject to coastal storm flowage, and some of the walkway is being eliminated. So we're reducing the coverage within the land subject to coastal storm flowage by 618 square feet for a net increase on the site within jurisdiction of 428 square feet. And as mitigation for that additional coverage, we are showing an area where native plants will be planted, eliminating some of the lawn area and some of the mulched area. The mitigation area that we're calling for on the plan is 1,520 square feet. I have not prepared a detailed planting plan, but have specified in the narrative that a detailed plan will be provided to the Conservation Commission for their approval prior to the commencement of the construction. In the narrative, I included a construction protocol along with the construction notes on the site plan. Fabric silt fence will be installed along the limit of work prior to construction and will remain until the construction is complete. Access to the work area will be from the existing driveway. A dumpster will be placed in the driveway to contain all any debris. The site will be cleaned on a daily basis. Either an excavator or a backhoe will be used to remove the existing patio and the existing septic tank and pump chamber, and also to excavate for the proposed swimming pool. All demolition material and all excavated material will be placed directly into trucks for removal from site. There won't be any stockpiling of material on the site. And upon completion of construction, the area will be restored with a native grass mix, and the mitigation plantings will be installed per the approved planting plan. So I leave it at that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Amy, do you have a summary for us?
Sure. Okay, the edge of the proposed pool is supposed to be 60 feet from the bordering vegetated wetland. The patio will be a few feet closer. Our regulations state that no building or addition shall be within 60 feet of a resource. I consider the retaining wall and patio proposed that are between the 50 and 60 feet to be a structure, but not a building or addition. It would not cause additional encroachment into the 50-foot buffer, which is what our 60 foot was trying to prevent. They are reducing hardscape as well as part of mitigation. The reduction of lawn and mulched areas would be in an area immediately adjacent to the edge of existing vegetation, closest to the wetland, so an area that we would want to enhance. I would, Stephanie, I know you had said approval of a planting plan. Did you say prior to construction?
Yes.
I don't want to see it get lost in the cracks. I would really like to see, typically, you have a plan here that shows where the plants are gonna be, but I would at least, even if they're not on a plan, like types of plants, numbers and spacing, if we could have that prior to our meeting on July 7th, which is when, if we vote to approve this, we would approve the orders of conditions for that.
Okay.
So we would need that the week prior. Doesn't necessarily have to be on the plan, but at least some sort of documentation committing to number, spacing, type.
Okay, that's fine.
And with that, I would recommend approval with the conditions that we put on, no chemical application, including fertilization, within our jurisdiction, within the 100-foot buffer and riverfront area and land subject to coastal storm flowage. That if the pool is to be drained, the water has to be taken off site. The fence is gonna be on top of the patio, correct? For the pool?
The fence will be on top of between the wall and the pool. So yes, within the patio area.
Oh, and your applicant, Mr. Cooney, is in the audience here, so, not on the phone.
Oh, okay, live and in person.
With those conditions, I'd recommend approval of the project.
All right, thanks, Amy. Let's see, start with you again, Mark?
Yeah, I have no problem with this.
Okay. John?
I don't have anything.
Carolyn? All right, no comments, wow. Any comments, members of the audience? All right, seeing none, I'll ask.
Wait a minute, I think you have one,
Oh, we
Mr.
do,
Chairman.
okay.
Good evening to members of the commission. My name is Joe Towle. I live at 90 Neal Road. I'm an abutter to this plan on Geraldine Street. And I was witness to the building, to the putting up of this building some years ago. When was it, 2013, was it, or something like that? You mentioned that before. The whole area is a flood zone. I live in a flood zone, and all the houses around me are a flood zone at that place on Neal Road. And what they did building this house, they tore down all the trees, knocked down all the trees there, and then they imported all sorts of sand, and they built it up. They built it up high, which it's a flood zone, so it makes a certain amount of sense, I suppose, to build it up high. But when they did that, they put a retaining wall on these houses that are on Neal Road. My house doesn't have a retaining wall. It's just that the land there just kind of goes down like this into where the surface of my property. But the house next to me, they have a retaining wall there. And it must be, I don't know, 3 feet high to keep all that dirt where it is, you know. But it doesn't extend over to where my property is at 90 Neal Road. So I'm looking at this retaining wall of the neighbor, and I'm trying to draw a line over to where my property is, and it looks like I'm going to be staring at a retaining wall of maybe 6 feet. And the other day, there was a bunch of men in there, surveyors, putting in stakes. And I asked them, I says, and it's right behind the house. I guess there's a certain buffer zone that they have to do it legally. And they were putting in the stakes. And I says, what's all that about? They said, well, this is going to be a retaining wall. So I'm saying to myself, oh, fine, but, you know, is it going to be 6 feet high that I'm going to be staring at all day long?
I think the owner may be able to answer your question, and maybe, so, maybe Mr. Cooney can come up, but just to let you know, height has no purview with the Conservation Commission, it's footprint. But in light of trying to get your questions answered, I think that would be okay, just to make everybody feel comfortable with things. Did you have anything else? I'm sorry.
Not at this moment. Maybe later.
Mr. Cooney, would you mind?
My name is Chris Cooney. Good evening. The wall's going to be less than 4 feet, which is indicated on the plan.
Thank you.
It's going to be a Versalock stone reveal wall. I also will plant on the downside of the wall to help block the wall as well, and to create a little bit of a hedge. And I'm more than happy to put that in writing or even submit that with part of the plan for conservation. Any other questions?
I think that's what you're looking for. It's not gonna be 6 feet, it'll be 4 feet with,
Well, that's what he says.
yeah, with plantings.
I'll take a picture of it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any additional comments? Any other thoughts? I think we're ready to move on this. All right, would someone like to make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the garage addition, pool and patio, and relocation of the septic at 4 Geraldine Avenue, map 16, parcel A1-6, with our usual conditions of no herbicides, pesticides,
Fertilizers.
and pool water removed, all the usual conditions for pools.
Okay, have a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by John. Any discussion?
Just to reiterate, Stephanie, could we have that information requested about the plantings by July 1, please?
July, I'm just looking on the calendar, July 1 is a Thursday, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, then all those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Yep, good night, thanks. Okay, next on the agenda, we have 2 Aurora Drive, map 15, parcel V1-3. It's a single-family home, an accessory garage, landscaping, invasive species removal.
Excuse me, Amy. You had mentioned at the site visits that maybe we should discuss
Oh,
them both.
yeah, because can we open the other one too
Sure.
for 6 Brora? That way we could talk about them together, because they are it's all one project.
Okay. Let's also open the notice of intent for 6 Broad Drive, map 15, parcel U2-2. This is a removal of landscape wall, concrete slab, and a 50-foot buffer, and installation of multiple new native planting areas.
Good evening, Dan Carotto from Moran Engineering. I'm here with David Payne, the landscape architect, and James Sullivan is also here, the property owner of number 6 Brora, which is the property to the east, and number 2 Brora, which is the bulk of the work. To start with, we had submitted also a certificate of compliance. Number Two Brora had a order of conditions in 2007 for a new house. When James had first bought the property, we had gone through this exercise back in 2007. That was never acted upon. Did you receive that?
It would likely be on our next meeting. It didn't make this agenda.
Okay. So we were asking to have the old order closed out, and then this new order open. So there's a standing water, a pond, BVW, and then a coastal bank. And the coastal bank is a barrier to flood waters. It's not a sediment source, and then the coastal bank ends where the slope is gradual enough where it doesn't meet the DEP requirements. It is a coastal bank that you need survey equipment to find the coastal bank, because it's just where the slope is greater than 1 in 10. And but that created our furthest most wetland setback. The vegetated wetland we're more than 100 feet from. So the 100 feet from the vegetated wetland, the 60 feet from the coastal bank. So we had checked the work done in 2006 for that other order, and it's just about identical. So we reran the transects to come up with the top of the coastal bank and the edge of BVW also. So then the house itself, we have the house and then a 10-foot area around it. And that's where our silt fence is. So the performance standards for the coastal bank are to not jeopardize the stability of it, since it's not a sediment source. Being 60 feet away with the structure. As the commission always requires, would have stone drip edge or dry wells to reduce any runoff from that. The stability of the bank, especially once you get upland of it, being less than 1 in 10 slope, it would not be slightly jeopardized at all. Since the original house approval and then go into this new one, the mitigation requirements have come into place, of course. And so we have the disturbance within the 50 to 100, 2757 square feet times 2, 5514 would be the mitigation required. The disturbance within the floodplain, 1,000 square feet times 1, 1,000 square feet. So this is the case of a new lot, or a lot without a structure, or without a lawn. So the idea, so James Sullivan, who owns the adjacent number 6, which is a developed lot with lawn that can be removed. That's where the second NOI comes into play. So we're able to do the full mitigation using the neighboring lot also. The way the team looked at breaking it down was on the lot itself. There's an area of heavy invasives, vines that are climbing on trees, and many trees that have already been killed by the vines. That's a roughly 5,000 square foot area. We'd like to offset the floodplain. The floodplain work is coming from Mill Road onto up to the development area. So that's the roughly 1,000 square feet. We're looking to offset that by by removing the invasives and making the area on the lot naturalized. For the disturbance within the 50 to 100 feet, that's when we're able to go over to number 6 Broad Drive, which was James's other lot. This property that they're looking to build, assuming getting through the permitting process, is for Jim's daughter Helen and son-in-law, also a James. So then getting to, the mitigation, on the other side of number 6, there's lawn right down to the BVW. There's structure right on the BVW, which is a wall. There's an old concrete or tar shuffleboard court right at the edge of the lowest coastal bank and the BVW. So the mitigation we can be directly on the wetland resource, removing lawn. This would be over, and David will go into this a little bit more. This would be over to the furthest to the east. That would be directly to the BVW. The other mitigation areas are on the coastal bank or directly at the coastal bank. And David will go into that later as well. So with that, I guess I'll let David go into the different areas that he's approved for mitigation and or designed for mitigation, and there was a change of one area from a request from Amy that the owners are fine with making that change. So open it up to David.
So I'm David Payne, Planet Green Landscape Architecture. So as Dan has outlined, the first, so general mitigation objectives are to remove invasive plants in the floodplain and other areas, mainly bittersweet, burning bush, other exotics, remove turf grass in certain areas and replace with and add native plants, and plant appropriate native ground cover, shrub, herbaceous plants along driveway edge. And then, as he just mentioned, remove a stone wall, asphalt pavement in close to a resource area and replace with native plants and meadow grass. So the invasives would be removed, they would be cut and then topically cut, with an herbicide by licensed professionals. And this would be an ongoing maintenance where we'd probably have to do this 2 or 3 times in order to make sure the vine doesn't come back. Vines, they're primarily vines, primarily bittersweet. And then, so we're proposing 3 growing seasons to control the invasive areas, invasive plants in area I primarily. There are also some dead and hanging trees that are kind of hung up, and we're just proposing to laterally cut them so we let the trunks fall to the ground. And then, as I mentioned also, there are a few exotic plants, yew and boxwood, just growing out there in the middle of the native woody area that we would remove. So there we have onto behind the existing cottage and along the driveway is what we're calling Area A. And those are along the coastal bank, and I've got a list of plants that we would propose planting to enhance that to a more native plant and better coverage, and removing any, primarily there's not much grass in there, but we would remove any grass at the same time. Our initial proposal was to include also something across the driveway next to an existing pool, which we're calling Area B. That was suggested in an email from Amy, which we agreed to, would be to not have that and instead use that 700 square feet of mitigation plantings added to Area A. So it's a more contiguous planting and enhancement. So we're in favor of that, but we would propose that at Area B, the 700 square feet, another request was that we create a living fence within 50 to 55 feet from the coastal bank line next to the new proposed house. And we would like that Area B area, the 700, be used for that living fence. So the living fence would be, irregular, but 4 to 5 feet wide, low, woody plants, so they can't be mowed with a lawnmower, roughly delineating the definition of, more dressed up planting versus the coastal bank and the native and wild planting down the coastal bank. So we like the suggestion. We're asking that Area B then be used as, the living fence that was also suggested by Amy and maybe you all. So the other thing I just want to mention is back down to Area C. Now we're removing the asphalt. We're removing a concrete wall. I didn't indicate, obviously, we're going to have a silt fence and, proper sedimentation control when that wall and asphalt get removed. And that will be replaced with its own set of proposed plants and as well Harmony native grass mix as well. So that hardscape pavement and wall will be removed, and the plants that are being proposed are somewhat similar to what is already there. So that, I think, concludes my description of the work and proposed work, and if you have any questions,
All right, thank you.
Sarah, fire away.
All right, thanks. Amy, do you have some summaries for us?
Yeah, first, I just want to clarify, so, because I was a little confused by one of the things you said. So, when I had mentioned the 700 square feet of planting to be moved to where the lawn is, to be added to that area, I was talking about this area by the pool.
Oh.
That 700 square feet to not, what the thing is it's right near the pool, but it's bisected, it's separated from the wetland by the driveway. So what we're trying to do is contiguous. So my recommendation was that this 700 square feet of mitigation planting by the pool be not done there. It is vegetated, it's grassy, ornamental, some trees, and have that 700 square feet move to, in adjacent to where the old shuffleboard court was, in that general area.
I
So
see.
have this move down here. This I had no issue with. But as, in terms of we can chat about the living fence and how that factors into the mitigation, if you will. But that's what I was talking about, was just that one area. Okay, so
So you're saying that's your preferred
Down
relocation?
that's my suggestion. Yeah, it just, the commission tries to enhance direct buffer zones, and then that is bisected, or it's not contiguous with the native wetland edge because of the driveway. So for habitat purposes and whatnot, to be able to eliminate some more of the lawn area down by where you have the 1,200 square feet of mitigation plantings as you're heading towards the dock, that would be more beneficial. It would be more beneficial for that 700 square feet environmentally to go there. And we actually saw Mr. Sullivan on the site today, and you had expressed that your intention is the neighbor is going to have a naturalized area down towards the water, and your intention was to kind of create more of a contiguous area down there, so it blends together. Yeah.
I think if okay, we'd like to keep the walk at its location though, and then put it on the other side, because
To
we
the
don't want to
dock.
interrupt the direct shot between, you know, the steps coming down and it's dark. So in other words, if it could be on the other side of that walk and then.
We can talk about that. What is the walkway gonna be constructed out of, that walk, speaking of that walkway?
My understanding would just be mowed meadow grass, so that no hardscape.
Okay,
It's not much of a slope, right?
No.
no.
No, it's
No.
not.
I didn't know if it was, you know, shell or stone or anything
I
like
don't
that.
know,
If it's-
we haven't,
Which walkway are you talking about? The walkway to the
well, yes. It's.
What will be the new walkway?
It's,
Yeah.
it's stated as a walk, but,
Okay, yeah, we really haven't, I mean, it's currently just grass.
yeah,
And then you get to sort of a companion way that goes out to the dock.
Okay,
right.
And so it's just a wooden companion above the marsh.
okay. So just keeping a 4-foot wide mowed path, you know, the other, on the water side of it is gonna be your naturalized area. It sounds like potentially we can move a little bit to the other side of that path too. That wouldn't be mowed, but to keep a 4-foot wide mowed
Yeah, it'd be
path
something
is
up like this or something. We,
fine. Well, this is from my
Well,
perspective.
we'll either put it on the other side of the proposed moat, or we can confer with the owner and potentially move the walk up the
Yeah,
slope a little bit and put it on the same side.
that might be more beneficial, is to curve.
it's just a grass then.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But even as the walk is laid out now, because originally there's a, you know, that paved, the shuffleboard itself is a paved area. I think even moving the walk to where it is
It's gonna be on the slope.
moving it away from,
Sure,
I don't want to move it too far from the direct shot.
gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, so now going back to the, I was
House.
confused, so thank you. Proposed new structure for the house at 2 Aurora is between the 50 to 100 foot buffer to the top of coastal bank is 2,757 square feet. So that means they're required to do a minimum of 5,514 square feet of mitigation. That mitigation comes in the way of replanting on the adjacent property. They also have to do a little disturbance in the flood zone from Mill Road just to get in where the driveway is. We recently removed that mitigation requirement for 1-to-1 in the flood. But they would like to do the invasive removal. I suggested it to before it gets way out of hand, too.
Yeah, it's pretty far out of hand.
And it's really immediately along the wetland edge is where you have your invasives, but they have they're gonna have every tendency to move up. So to get rid of them, will help, the native plants, which they're not proposing native planting in the invasive removal area. That was something we chatted about on site. I agree with it, because there's already an extensive native plant community there that's just been either suppressed by the invasives, or you have little saplings of a lot of things coming up already. So it's already acting in a natural manner, so just removal of the invasives will greatly help the native plantings. In addition, you might get little peak views by the removal of the invasive vines like bittersweet and honeysuckle, which do get pretty full.
Yeah, a lot of it was towards another house.
Right.
And I think there was a neighbor concerned with removal of the natural block there. So if it's not required, if it could not be required to do the invasive, if the neighbor would rather there is a natural, I guess, doesn't
Well,
seem
the
like
trees are still gonna remain, and the native shrubs are still gonna remain.
Yeah, but I mean, if you, off to the left, not towards the wetland, but it's pretty thick
Yeah.
with vines. But
Okay.
I guess if we'd like the ability to do the invasive removal.
I did speak with the neighbor,
But not
and they may be on virtually tonight, and maybe once it comes time for public comment, the chairman will make that known. We can discuss that, but, I mean, from an ecological standpoint, it's a benefit to get rid of those invasives.
Right.
Especially
The other
before
thing
they.
that was pointed out is that those vines have actually
killed several trees.
Correct.
And it's very obvious when you've been to the site several times. So you see dead trees, you see enormous trunks with no branches. They're dead trees. Those branches have fallen off over time.
Right.
And and that continues to happen with this,
Right.
it will get worse.
Yeah. So, I mean, sounds like, the goal is to protect the live trees that are down there.
Yeah, I think the current owner and the new owners it would benefit their property, obviously, to
Yep.
remove the
Okay.
vines.
So again, the house is outside the 100-foot buffer to the BBW, but about 65 feet from the top of coastal bank at its closest. And as Dan had stated, it kind of fades from a coastal bank being a real vertical buffer, which is closer to the driveway, to being just a gradual slope that does not really meet the definitions so much as it tapers. So the closest, like I said, closest point of new structure would be 65 feet from that, but greater than 100 feet from the actual BVW itself. I do think a living fence at roughly 50 or 55 feet, again, to prevent encroachment over time into our 50-foot no disturb zone would be a wise choice. Now, if they want to walk there, that's fine. And speaking with Mr. Sullivan or somebody or maybe it was you, David, they didn't really want a lawn area, any lawn area around this house. It's gonna be pretty natural. Because my other comment was that no chemical applications, everything has to be native. Okay, so getting to so I think with proper mitigation, I think this is an approvable project. I like the idea of the off-site mitigation at the neighboring property. I do see some value in, along the edges of the driveway, enhancing the native plant community there. It is well within the 50-foot buffer. It's at the top of the slope. It's fairly denuded right now. We chatted about not dumping lawn waste kind of over that bank in the future and just letting that naturalize, because that is contiguous with the rest of the wetlands. So with some potential minor tweaking, as we've talked about, to the mitigation plan, I can recommend approval of the project.
Thank you, Amy. All right, let's ask for comments and questions. Starting with you, Mark.
I have none.
Okay, John.
Don't have any.
Okay. Carolyn?
I don't have any.
All right. Dan?
I've got a couple. I'm just confused. I
We
mean, I
have
see
no
all the
questions here, folks.
proposed mitigation, but where did you come up with the calculations for the required mitigation?
Required
There's
was
a
on
letter.
the True Brera Drive site plan, so the first NOI.
Right, which is what I've got, but I don't actually, maybe I'm just missing it. I don't see the actual.
It's the table down at the lower
Oh, yeah.
right, just next to the stamps.
Right, yeah, kind of.
Well, it says what the required mitigation is, but
So it would be everything, it'd be that area which is shown as silt fence work limit, 10 feet around the existing structures.
right, so everything.
That area to the 100-foot from top of coastal bank arc.
Well, I assumed that, but all I'm saying is I see your final number, I just don't see,
You
The
may
number
have an
right
older
there.
plan. You might have the first rendition.
oh, okay. Well, you're happy with it.
I'm happy to pass this along to you.
No, I mean, I don't need to see it as long
Yeah,
as.
it's just that one area.
Right. I just don't see how you come up, I mean,
Method?
I believe the numbers, I see the 5,500 and everything, I just don't see. No. And then the other question, you were talking about some of the dead trees on the area, there were
Yeah.
some very large ones, those are gonna go
Well, the ones
kinda
that are
down on
hung
the
up,
bank.
the ones that are hung
Some that
up.
are almost dangerous.
These weren't hung up necessarily, they were just dead
Posts.
trunks,
They were
so.
posts.
Yeah, if they're dead, they'll come down.
Just drop them on the ground, though,
Yeah.
not,
So they're
No, I
still
can't-
habitat.
Right. Okay, no, I just wanted to
I
confirm
think-
that, I don't have any problem with that,
Yeah.
I just assumed you would take those down.
I think if there were, and most of those, that whole invasive area is far enough away from this house, and I think if they're not a threat to one of the neighboring properties, when they fall, if they're not gonna fall on a neighboring property, I'm not sure if they'll be taken down or not. Would there be a reason to take them down? Or,
The only ones I'm referring to are in the invasive area that are hung up.
oh, something, yeah, that's,
So
when you're taking the
you-
invasive down, if they're coming down with
You've
it.
noticed some that are standing
Yeah.
straight
Right.
and are dead?
Yeah.
Yep. But they're not in the footprint of the house. They're right at, they're out,
If they're
they're
50
still
feet away.
outside the limit of work line. They're between the wetland and the limit of work line.
And what would you,
At this
what would
point,
you like?
they're not on our,
Case-by-case basis
yeah, at this
in
point,
terms of,
we have no intention of taking things
Okay,
down.
that's what I was
beyond
really
the level.
asking, so you're leaving those alone
Yeah.
unless some,
That's right.
that's
If
all.
there's no harm to a structure or a
Right.
neighbor, let them be.
Okay.
It just seemed to be in that invasive species area, there was a lot of like, completely
Right.
leaning trees that even to
Right.
get the invasives, they would come down.
Okay, that's all I.
That's it? Okay. Yeah, it's a very fortunate situation where you've got this property right next door that you can mitigate on, so it works out great. And really, the invasive species on 2 Borough is really just kind of additional, right? It's not necessary.
it's not necessary. I'd like to, well, that's, so if you look at the numbers, they're doing their 2-to-1 by this other mitigation. And we
Right.
talked about moving this 700 square feet down to the
Right.
lawn area. But it is in addition, I would highly recommend doing it, because it's gonna keep
Right.
getting worse, but.
No, I think it's great. Normally, I would, if that was the mitigation, I might not support it, because I think invasive plant removal, it can be mitigation, or it can be really just a preference for landscaping. And so, but in this case, you've got fantastic mitigation over on 6, and I like Amy's suggestion very much to move that 700 square feet down. So I really don't have any additional comments. How is the property for having no chemical applications moving forward? If that's a condition of the order,
If that's fine, if David says it's fine. Yep, that's fine.
that's a big gain for this location.
How do you feel about, I mean, we talked a little bit about the living fence, and that, how does the commission feel about the living fence at 50 or 55 from the top of Bank? It is vegetated there now, but I wouldn't call it a really dense understory.
Yeah,
but-
I didn't get to that location. The property's have a good sense.
So, can you clarify where that is?
Sure.
You're talking about at 2 Aurora Drive,
Correct, at 2.
In front of the
and
proposed.
there's a line
Well, partly.
there that is defined as 60 feet from top of coastal bank.
Yep, so it's
So you're
roughly
saying
where the
just
limit of
toward the
work
bank
is.
from there?
It's roughly where the limit of work line is from.
But this is off-site mitigation, and I think that's.
On the
Actual
bank side.
Okay, he almost seemed like he was gonna go for
I
it.
guess
See?
it would just be
Yeah, we should.
So
something
it's
so the
basically
owners would know
They don't
where
want
the
to.
50-foot
They
no
don't
step
have to
So-
impose it.
Along this line.
Okay. No, clarify.
So
Just-
here's this limit
just
from here,
here.
from this, just here,
I see,
just
okay.
here,
Mhm.
if I may.
Jim isn't here. He really pushed the envelope on
I
this.
think it's,
Like here to here-ish.
Yeah.
Across, yeah,
Yeah, not a straight line.
following the,
But roughly from there to there.
yeah.
there's something that points out where the 50-foot no disturb zone is,
Yeah.
which the commission
Yeah.
often requires stones or plants or.
A denser planting, something that's not gonna get run over by a lawnmower, but it doesn't seem like we're having a lawn anyway.
Just give me an example of what that living fence would be comprised of and.
Native plantings, we, well, I know that you're, we would be cognizant of the view, that you, obviously you have this waterfront property, you'd want, so small to medium shrub of native plants. We could run, I'll make suggestions, or David can make suggestions, and we can check that with you. Ideally, my goal was that it shouldn't be maintained, so we're gonna pick things that you're not gonna have to cut, but are still gonna be okay, well, those are supposed to be there, type thing.
Okay, that sounds fine.
So we could certainly add that to the plan and then finalize with Jim a location to come up with the 700 square feet. And I know he was working with, trying to match species with the neighboring property that just received an order of conditions with a lot of mitigation also. So that when you're looking across it, because the two properties have an adjoining lawn now.
Right.
But they would continue a kind of a continuous landscaping to benefit both.
Sounds good.
Any comments from members of the audience?
If there's somebody, I mean, I just know there was an interested party, so if they're on a phone, it has to be *6, or just unmute yourself if you're, have a comment.
Yes, hi. This is Ann Tucker. I'm a butter of 2 Borough Drive, and I just want to make comments about the trees. I think it's a positive to get rid of the invasive species, but I would caution that there's some mature trees that have survived the invasive species that I hope don't get felled just because they're entangled. It's a beautiful wooded area with lots of positive wildlife. So just from the tree standpoint, I just heard a couple of comments that there are a lot of dead trees. I think that may be an overstatement. But within the 50 feet, there are some trees that have made it through this time, and I hope will continue.
Thank you for the comment.
The only comment I would add is that there are some large trees where if you walk the lawn, you see significant dead branches. And I have 5 grandsons, they play in this area, and it's not really safe. And we have...
You may need to go to the mic, I don't know, sorry, I should have told you that earlier.
Sure. For those of you who can't see me, Jim Sullivan's my name. So just wanting to make the point regarding the trees, we do have live trees that have significant sections of those trees which are dead and which are overhanging and which are, you know, when a severe storm can come down and a high wind can come down. And I have 5 grandsons and they run and play in that area. And I just think, you know, I want to make sure that we can keep it safe for them. So that, you know, when they run there, we're not concerned about the coyotes and the foxes. I've heard other people talk about that today. Maybe we should be, but we have that too. So we have great wildlife. But I'm just concerned about the branches that are overhanging that could fall down, and you know we want to be able to remove those.
I think pruning of hazard limbs is something that we generally allow.
And I think, Jim, on a lot of that area you're thinking of is actually outside of conservation jurisdiction.
You know, wherever it's a, you know, we can cut and remove, that's what we want to be able to do.
I think,
Yeah.
I think the main area where the kids have played, at least in the past, is beyond the conservation jurisdiction, actually. And then anything within conservation jurisdiction is just a check with the conservation agent.
No, absolutely, yeah.
On a tree-by-tree basis, correct?
Exactly. That was really what I was saying, because lots of trees can survive the invasive once they're freed of those vines. So thank you for hearing my comment.
Thank you. All right, I guess we're okay to move forward with the motion, I think. Is there anything pending that we're waiting on?
What if you do vote to approve the project, I'd ask the same thing that I asked of Stephanie Sequin, is can you change the planting plan by the 1st of July in preparation for when the meeting after we grant the order of conditions? So 2 weeks essentially from now, if, you know, this goes positively.
Yes, we can definitely.
Yes, we
can.
Okay,
All right.
that's it.
I have one last question for, I think, Amy and the applicant, and is it suitable to ask for no chemical applications for both 2 and 6?
I'd say yes.
Okay, and would that be, I think I kind of asked that earlier, that if you were okay with no chemical applications for 6 as well as 2.
So that means what exactly?
Fertilizers, Including
pesticides.
organic pesticides, herbicides within within jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission.
Does that exclude the invasives that were taken out?
Yes, so invasives like bittersweet, which really can only be eradicated with a cut and wipe method, with a mass certified applicator could be allowed to do that. That would be in the conditions.
Okay. But what you're asking, Mr. Sullivan, is his existing lawn, he can't use any chemical fertilizer or whatever? Or what, I don't know if he's using it or not, but is that what you're saying?
For the new home, it's really.
Not the new home,
Yeah.
the existing home.
Right, it'd be a boilerplate for the new home. For the existing home, because the work is going on, we often seek to have reduced chemical applications close to resource areas. So this is a case where we'd like to have that put in, but I think it's fair to ask if it's okay, because you're not doing really new construction on your property.
The whole thing.
It's more mitigation.
I don't know what the current gardener does, quite frankly. I know I get charged for fertilizer, but I have no idea if it's organic or chemical, what it is, frankly. And maybe David, you could speak to him, I don't know. Now, 31 Mill Road, the adjacent property, their lawn is, as everyone has said, it's contiguous with our lawn. And it looks like one lawn. We share a 4-slip dock, and it's always looked like one big lawn.
Yep.
And it's frankly quite nice. So they are giving up some of their lawn. We're gonna give up some of ours. We want that to be contiguous, and we'd like it to look the way it's always looked. Now, I have no idea whether the other 31 is part of this condition.
It is.
Agreed to no chemical fertilizer.
It is part of it. And I'm happy to speak with you offline about options going forward in terms of, if you're still gonna be able to water, but in terms of, if the lawn would die out a little bit, you slice seed with native mixes. There's a lot of other native grass seed that does not require chemical input to it.
Even if it's organic?
Organic fertilizer?
Yeah.
Well, it still has the nitrogen and the phosphorus. So yes, it's not synthetic, but it's still contributing to the nitrogen issue that we have in our embayments.
The one exception I'd ask for is when you're establishing the lawn, whether it's Harmony or any native grass, it's really beneficial to get a little fertilizer at one time to start.
Sorry, I didn't let you know. Shoot.
Please mute yourself.
Oh, because I'm sorry, Shan, I completely forgot to tell you.
Caleb, can you mute them? Thank you.
We can allow a one-time application. I think for this location, it'd be really valuable. Right about now is when Sacotucket Harbor typically turns odd shades of green and brown.
Right.
And it's not all lawn fertilizer, obviously, but
Right.
it didn't happen 30 years ago. And so it's something that I think it'd be great to try to pull back on those chemical applications.
Well, it'll really help and benefit the establishment of a new native lawn to have at least one application.
Yeah.
Well, we're not saying you have to do a whole new lawn either. I'm saying
No, but I'm not saying,
slice.
I'm talking about what we're adding in
Yeah.
Area C.
Okay.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
redoing his lawn.
No. You're offering some good mitigation here. I don't want to discount that, so.
Through the chair, I have a question. Is this one of the first times that we've used off-site mitigation?
We've had a couple other, not many.
Not many,
Because there's not many opportunities to.
no.
Hinckley's Pond, there was one.
Hinckley, and actually tonight, technically, the open space
Yeah.
for 226 Southwest Gate.
Okay, so that is off-site mitigation. In future, for every off-site mitigation, we will also require no fertilizers, chemicals, et cetera. This is the beautiful piece of property, and it's being right on the water. It is the water is very vulnerable. This would be a great one, not to have fertilizers, chemicals, et cetera. I completely agree. But will this be our policy going forward for all the off-site mitigations?
It is
That is-
number 6, your notice of intent, and I know everybody understands it, but the notice of intent for number 6 is just
Right.
removing hardscape and lawn
Mhm.
and planting natives. So it's an improvement on that. So I know it is, it'd be nice to have a happy medium where Jim could have the lawn with the best possible
That's
reduction in nutrients. I do get that, but it is a,
maybe if there's like you said, a happy medium where we're not, you mean, you're already using this as mitigation, this property, so maybe there's a better product that can be used that's less.
In my personal opinion, you can have a lawn without putting anything on it. And I think part of the issue we have in discussing this is landscapers in particular are very accustomed to putting chemicals on the lawn because that's the easiest thing for them to do. We should be getting landscapers out of the habit of doing that. And we should be insisting that people, wherever we can insist, that people not use any chemicals. And if you have to overseed every now and again, that's okay. I think more important than chemicals is water, because things can get very dry and people need to be sure to be able to get water on their lawns. But I don't think we should, I don't think we should back off on the insistence that people not put fertilizers on their lawn.
yeah, we understand the importance of doing something to limit the nutrients, that's for sure. I guess as part of this, if we could give a landscaping, as part of our fixing of this plan, if we could give a scope of what they would like to use, is that possible? There would also be a need to be, you need to approve this new area where we're gonna mark out. And maybe the best thing is no fertilizers at all. I don't know enough about it, to tell you the truth.
So, Mr. Sullivan said he wants his lawn to look exactly like his neighbor's. We've already required that his neighbor can't put anything on their lawn. So, in service of that,
I
that
get it, but
objective
you know
of
what
Mr.
this notice of
Sullivan.
intent is for?
I'm sorry?
The notice of intent is for a property improvement for number 6. So I realize that it's attached to number 2, but the notice of intent for number 6 is to get rid of lawn and put new plantings.
Right.
So you'd be like stopping people from doing that. If you then you take over their whole property. You say, no, you can't remove any lawn unless you remove all your lawn. And you might be completely right, John. You can have the same lawn without fertilizer.
Well, I didn't
It's
say the
just-
same lawn. I
Or
said
a
you
good
can have a
lawn,
lawn.
a good lawn. I didn't
I
have
didn't
no
say good.
fertilizer.
I said you can have a lawn.
I have no fertilizer.
I think you can have a nice lawn.
I don't know if we definitely require it, but, because it is mitigation, it is mitigation.
Excuse me, can I just make a comment? Sure. And again, we're talking within the conservation jurisdiction,
Yeah, of course.
the 100-foot, not the whole lawn. And so any lawn outside our jurisdictions, I just wanted to clarify that. I mean, so we're not saying,
It comes down to the species of grasses you have growing. So certain species, if there's like Kentucky bluegrass or other types of, they just require, I mean, so if you go with more of a Cape Cod, fescue mix, then, and once it's established, no, they don't need fertilizer, they don't need anything. They don't even need water. So they will go into dormancy when there's lack of water. But he's got an established lawn. I don't really know what the grass mix is in there. I'm pretty sure we can cut down, and we'll certainly, within the 100-foot, cut down the amount of nutrients that might be put, maybe there's nothing going on in there, but, and gradually replace it by overseeding proper seed mix that is drought tolerant and non-needing of food.
It just seems like the mitigation area changed from our 5,500 to everything. And I realize the benefit, but it is a point where then mitigation became all of his property.
I understand where you're going with that.
It's a very significant problem in the town of Harwich. It has gotten so much worse recently, so that's why I think we're pushing when we can. You know, just our embayments, our ponds, our lakes are really threatened by nutrients. And in the landscaping, you know, industry, it's their interest to apply these chemicals, and so that's why we're looking for opportunities. I think back to Carolyn's comment, in off-site mitigation, it probably should be case by case, and there should probably be acceptance with the property owner to want to do that. And so that's kind of what I put on the table earlier.
I think my recommendation is look at ways that we can minimize what's might be happening now. I'm happy to look at that with you. But maybe, I do see the point of, you know, you're already offering this as mitigation. This property, the only reason you applied for this notice of intent is to provide mitigation for the other one. So I don't know if we can require as a condition it on number 6. But I would very much like to work with you to find ways if we can reduce.
Yeah, certainly, I haven't actually met my new neighbor. He hasn't moved in yet, but I expect to meet him next week. As you know, he's not finished with his work. So we've only talked about the line at the marsh, where he's giving up lawn and we're giving up lawn, you know, making that look, you know, the way it's always looked, which is a kind of a continuous barrier or border between the wetlands and the lawn. So we haven't gone beyond that. So what he's doing with the lawn, I have no idea. You know, we'll find out. And, you know, but it is in our interest to make it look consistent,
Right.
the way it always has been.
Okay.
See, it's in his order, so it must be done. If it's not in the order, you know, it may not be done.
Yeah, his order says a native grass seed mix. It's not turf or sod. It has to be a native grass seed mix, and they're allowed to have irrigation, but he's not allowed to do fertilizers of any kind. So.
And he has a sprinkler system there, I think.
Correct,
so
yeah, they're allowed to water.
he gave that.
Yep.
Okay.
We're not
I have no idea- I
anti-water.
have no idea what that's gonna look like, so, you know, I'd like to get a sense on that, and working with David and you, we can,
Yeah,
I'm sure we can come to some sort of middle ground or meeting of the minds, I don't know, but.
okay.
Okay. Any further comments? All right. Would someone like to make a motion, please?
For both are you in for both projects? 2 and 6?
Yeah, I guess we can do both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two separate order of conditions?
Yep, but you can do one vote. It'll be 2 separate order of conditions, but.
I'll make a motion to approve the notices of intent for 2 Borough Drive, map 15, parcel V1-3, and 6 Borough Drive, map 15, parcel U2-2, with the conditions that at 2 Borough Drive, there be a restriction on any chemicals, our standard language for that, and that there be a living fence, the details of which will be worked out with the conservation administrator, the living fence roughly along the limit of work toward the bank, the coastal bank. And at 6 Borough Drive, that the 700 square feet on area B be rearranged as discussed, and that the owner of 6 Borough Drive make every effort to reduce chemical applications on his lawn, and seriously consider overseeding with a native mix that would be consistent with no chemical application.
Okay, could we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Stan. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. 5-0. You got it. All right, thank you. Good discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we have a notice of intent for 57 Gorham Road, map 23, parcel C1-B. It's a proposed pool and patio. Do we have a representative online?
Yes, you do. This is Mike Ball from Marsh Meadows Environmental. Can you hear me?
Yep, good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm a consulting wetland scientist with Marsh Meadows Environmental in Harwich. I'm here representing the applicants, Antonio and Corbett, 57 Gorham Road. I'm going to give you a brief existing conditions and the post-project summary, and I think Mr. Corbett will have a few comments to add. The Corbett's are proposing to add a pool and patio area onto the south side of their existing single-family house or home, which sits on a 4.75 acre property that butts the Cold Brook Preserve bog. That's located south of Gorham Road and east of Bank Street. As described in the project narrative that I included in your notice of intent packet of materials, much of their property is within the buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetland. Riverfront area associated with Cold Brook extend onto the Corbett's property, and elevation 11 defines the landward reach of the coastal flood zone. As the plan by Terry Warner, I believe you know, illustrates, the pool will be 18 by 36 and will have a surrounding pool decking and a 10 by 20 storage shed and all the required utilities that would come with a pool, and a buried infiltration basin to manage pool drainage when needed. Due to the change in ground elevation in the project area, the pool and patio area will be contained within a perimeter retaining wall that at its tallest point will be just shy of 4 feet in height. This feature will require removal of an existing stone retaining wall behind their house that holds up a landscaping bed that abuts their house. So, and the project, just to be clear, the pool project will attach directly to the existing deck of the house. So this is not a standalone pool. This is basically going to expand the footprint of their residence. So as you can see in the existing conditions photos that were included, the project footprint is on the existing lawn area. And 3 trees will require removal with replacement nearby. We have proposed a work limit along the south side of the existing driveway. If you've been to the site, they kind of have a long driveway that wraps around their house and kind of forms a barrier, not so much a barrier, but kind of a delineation between their property and the Harwich Conservation Trust property, which contains the abandoned, now being restored bog. So the amount of project footprint within the abandoned bog's outer portion of the 100-foot buffer is 1,664 square feet, according to Surveyor Warner's plan. And therefore, the required amount of mitigation is twice that amount, which equates to 3,328 square feet. So we achieved the mitigation requirement by proposing 154 native plantings within the inner portion of the buffer zone to the BVW portion, which is also, within the riverfront area. I'll just note that an added benefit of the proposed location of mitigation plantings, in addition to adding a lot of new native woody plants to the BVW buffer, is that these plants will provide kind of a vegetative barrier, or as I heard earlier in the meeting, you like the term living fence. I like that term as well. And this would be kind of a barrier to foot traffic of people and their pets who walk on the Harwich Conservation Trust property and often veer onto the Corbett's property accidentally. So it was yesterday, the day before, that I sent a planting schematic to Amy. So you may not have seen this, but we did detail the location of the plantings. And I have provided a listing of the 8 or 9 different native species that we'd be providing in that mitigation area. So that's a summary of existing conditions and proposed project elements. Antonio, or Nino, as he's affectionately known, does have a couple of comments he'd like to add. So Nino, if you can hear everybody, can you go right ahead?
Yes, I can. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Good evening, commissioners and staff. Thank you, Amy, for working with me. I'm remote. My wife, fortunately, is able to attend. She's sitting before you. I wish I could join her. I just didn't know you were going to go live until a couple of days ago. But I just want you to know that we We enjoy our house on the bog. We've lived there since 2005. My father summered on this bog in the 30s and 40s, so it's a special place for us. And we don't have fences. We've got a lot of wildlife, and we really embrace everything about what's going on around us. When we acquired the property, briefly, we also worked with the Conservation Trust, and I was fortunate to acquire the water rights and convey them to the trust, and we've been a good ally and hosted several Conservation Trust events on our property to the benefit of the bog. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, Amy, do you have a summary for us?
Sure, I'll try to be pretty brief. So wetlands do surround this property on approximately 3 sides. Some of the work's within the 50 to 100-foot buffer, and it does nick the 200-foot riverfront area. The work is greater than 60 feet from the wetland, and the work is separated from the wetland by your driveway. So it's an existing lawn area. A couple of trees would need to come down. The past few days, I'm working with Michael and Nino to come up with some mitigation plantings. I did note that they needed the 2-to-1 mitigation. And I think what they've come up with is very good. It's on the wetland side of the driveway as you're looking towards the Harwich Conservation Trust property. It's pretty much just a native Cape Cod grasses and a few other very low things growing in there. And a more dense buffer would be great for wildlife, great for screening, and just good all around, essentially. So what they've come up with, I don't know if, I can't remember if I know I got you via email or in the Dropbox what they're proposing, but it's substantial. It is 154 native plantings comprising of 3,328 square feet, such as 24 sweet pepper bush, 24 high bush blueberry, 20 bayberry, 20 smooth arrowwood, 16 sweet fern, and 20 gray birch. So they're varied plants that are gonna do well in this habitat. You noted that you could add a zone from your irrigation system. We typically don't allow permanent irrigation for mitigation plantings, especially, so like a temporary above-ground drip irrigation for about 2 years would probably do pretty well. But other than that, and our condition that you've heard about with our other applicants about chemical application, it doesn't look like you're doing too much over there. But we would put that condition on as well. And with that, I'd recommend approval of the project.
Thank you, Amy. All right, let's go around the table for comments. Mark?
Yeah, overall, I don't see any big problem. I would like to see some containment for the water. Looks like around 1,500 to 1,600 square feet of patio, maybe a little bit more. And that's gonna shed quite a lot of water, and being up in the air as it is, it would be best to contain it in drains.
A drain for the patio around the pool?
Yep. Aside from that, nothing really out of the ordinary.
Okay, John?
I don't have any comments.
Okay, Carolyn?
No comments.
Stan?
I'm all set.
All right. I didn't make it to the site, and so are any of these trees that are being removed, it looks like a couple have to go. They're in the footprint. Are there any really large, well-established, healthy oaks among the ones being?
May I comment on that? This is Nino speaking. The 2 trees that are leaving actually are some maple trees, and they sustained a significant amount of damage year before last when the tornado came through and just really topped a lot of the trees. And those were on the bog side. I intend to replace both of them, but they're not in good, healthy condition at all right now. And in regard to the drainage, we have definitely talked to about the drainage and making sure we contain the water on site, frankly.
Okay. And
thank you.
Yep, thank you. And any concerns with having a no chemical application order put on this?
I think if you cross the room at my wife, she would be thrilled because we're already on that page. Thank you.
Good.
Oh.
The only other comment I have is that I really like the species that Mike and Amy have exposed me to. I really like the switchgrass as well, and I wanted to include that as a species in the planting. But
forgot
again,
that,
it's all
yes.
native out there.
Okay. All right, we've gotten, I think, all the comments from the audience so far. I mean, and any other additional comments or thoughts? All right, would someone like to make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed pool and patio at 57 Gorham Road, map 23, parcel C1B.
Have a second, please?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
It's a beautiful property.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate everything y'all have done for me very much.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Okay, next we have a notice of intent for 110 Hoyt Road, map 24, parcel R8-8. It's a proposed garage rebuild, hardscape addition, and other modifications to AE flood zone. Do we have a representative online?
Yeah, it's Mike Ball again here from Marsh Matters Environmental. I'm representing the Driscolls of 110 Hoyt Road. They this one I don't have really as detailed a presentation as I did for Nino's project, just because this project is a coastal flood zone only project. It is, as you said, and as written in the agenda, they are proposing structural additions to their existing home, including a garage rebuild, adding some hardscape and other modifications to the exterior of their residence. As I said, it's coastal flood zone property entirely. There are no other resource areas in the vicinity. In terms of, well, there aren't any performance standards for land subject to coastal storm flowage, but I always add in my cover letter, or if I do a narrative, I just always mention that this is kind of taking a page from Barnstable's policy on projects in the flood zone, that this project would not adversely impact the ability of the flood zone to absorb or dampen wave impacts. It would not reduce the ability of the flood zone to buffer more inland areas from flooding and wave damage. The project will not displace or divert flood water to other areas and will not cause or create the likelihood of damage by debris to other nearby structures. And finally, it would not cause ground or surface pollution triggered by coastal storm flowage. So that's kind of some standard language that I like that Barnstable includes in their regulations. So that's why I mentioned it. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Amy, do you have a summary for this one?
Sure. The only resource is flood zone. The new garage would be flood compliant. We did get a letter from the builder, or an email from the builder about my question, which was if the new addition is greater than the 50% of the value of the existing structure, they have to bring everything up to code. They had said that the addition cost is less than 50% of the market value of the house. There's some back and forth between me and the building department about market value versus assessed value, and but we'll leave that up to, I would recommend that if whatever the building commissioner determines, we go with, and if he determines that that they do have to become flood compliant, that our permit would encompass that in moving of utilities, potentially creation of flood vents. It's all foundation work, if anything, that would have needed to get done. So I really don't think it's more of a building issue than our issue in that aspect. But I recommend that you put it in the permit to allow for updating the flood code if deemed necessary by the commissioner, and I would recommend approval of the project.
All right, thank you, Amy. Mark, we'll start with you. Any comments? John? No? Karen?
No.
Stan?
No comment.
All right, I have none as well. Any comments from members of the audience? All right, I think I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move to approve the notice of intent for 110 Hoyt Road, map 24, parcel R8-8.
Second?
Seconded by Mark. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have 28 Wawa Tacey Road, map 6, parcel F1-12, proposed elevated walkway and landing. I think we have.
Yes, good evening. This is Mark Burgess with Shorefront Consulting. Everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. Myself and Mr. Wall, Attorney Wall, have provided project summaries that basically tell how we got to where we are. We started out with a much bigger project. So this walkway now has been reduced quite a bit in length. It's been reduced in width. It is higher. It meets the Division of Marine Fisheries current requirements and the projected future requirements of the Harwich Conservation Commission in regards to height. So it exceeds all of those dimensional and design requirements in every way. What we struggled with in the last hearing was an interpretation of the bylaw, I believe, and it was in regards to the loss of 1.8 square feet of salt marsh from the pilings. We had mitigated that loss by proposing 100 square feet of new marsh as part of that project. So after reviewing the bylaws, we feel, and Brian will get into this part of it from the legal standpoint, we feel that the intent of the bylaw is to protect the marsh, obviously, and that to deny a project based on 1.8 square feet of marsh doesn't make any sense because at least 120 square feet of marsh would be negatively impacted, and again, in my opinion, permanently negatively impacted because of the time of year that it would get trampled on. Again, you can expect projecting forward that as people retire, they'll be at the property all the time, which would further increase the use and the damage to the marsh. So, as previously stated, the purpose of the elevated walkway is to provide a safe and correctly designed access over the marsh to protect it. And in my summary after that, I summarized the benefits and the detriments of denying a project like this. So if the project is not conducted for one reason or another, the salt marsh resource will see repeated and permanent damage from the foot traffic. And in addition, the delicate peat edge that's landward of the steps, would also get worn down because you have to step over that edge to launch your kayak or even just walk to the beach. If the project is approved, you have many, many more benefits. The marsh is protected. You have a gain of 98 square feet of marsh that will be maintained as part of the order. The Town of Harwich fertilization restriction will be incorporated for the property, thereby further protecting other surrounding resource areas that this project doesn't impact. And the Town of Harwich will also receive a shellfish mitigation amount. That amount can be determined, but I did suggest it based on square footages of the structures, comparing the landing to a float. So my suggestion was $420 based on 14 square feet of the platform that's on the coastal beach. So my summary basically is in regards to the design of the project and that it exceeds all of the design requirements of your current and your proposed bylaws. Then the other reason for the continuance was we had Greg Berman, as you know, come out and provide a third-party independent review of the entire project. And although he doesn't comment on shellfish, he's leaving that to the Director of Natural Resources, which had no negative comments for the project and supported it. Mr. Berman's report, I think, clearly points out that there is an advantage to installing this kind of structure over this type of wetland resource area, and that the benefit of protecting it far outweighs leaving it alone and not doing anything. And Mr. Berman's report, if you're familiar with Greg Berman, he's with the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension. They very frequently provide third-party independent reviews. So it was our intent to get a second or a third opinion, if you will, to help the board understand the benefits of a project of this type, so that you can see our way through this. So for my summary anyway, the benefits of a project like this far outweigh any detriments. It would be conditioned accordingly. We meet or exceed the DMF requirement and comments. We meet or exceed the design requirements. And your conservation agent has already recommended approval for this project twice. So with that, I can turn it over to Brian if he wants to summarize his summary.
I do. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. So for the record, my name is Brian Wall, and I am an attorney, and I represent the applicants along with Mark Burgess. I know the hour is late. I've sat through most of this hearing, so I'll try to be brief. The first argument somewhat duplicates what Mark has said, so I want to be brief about that, but I think it's important to make this point. Our contention is that this is not a water-dependent structure because it is not intended or designed to have a vessel lie alongside it. But in the prior hearings, the commission has indicated that it believes that it is a water-dependent structure. So for assuming, for argument's sake, without waiving our contentions, the water-dependent regulations that you've enacted set forth 12 standards for structures that are in fact water-dependent. 3 of those are applicable to this particular project. The rest are not. Very briefly, section number 4 says no structure shall exceed 4 feet in width. This structure is 3.5. Regulation 5 requires structures to be supported by piles, have a minimum half-inch spacing between deck planks, and be elevated to equal to its width. Our structure is supported by piles. We have a minimum of a half-inch spacing between deck planks, and we're elevated 1.5 times the required width. The third regulation that's applicable is number 7, and that, I'm going to paraphrase it, says any structure in the salt marsh shall not destroy any portion of the salt marsh or have any adverse impact on productivity of the salt marsh. And we believe that there's 2 ways to look at this that suggest strongly that this project complies with this regulation. The first is if the project is viewed as a whole. So clearly we have 2 pilings that, as Mark said, occupy 1.8 square feet of the marsh. But we are also proposing 100 square feet of salt marsh restoration, which again, as Mark said, its survivability is a condition of the permit. Taken as a whole, the project does not destroy salt marsh. It actually enhances the salt marsh. And it's also important to take into account the walkway in and of itself protects the salt marsh from being trampled because a homeowner or the children that live at the home can walk across the marsh and create a footpath that Mark has calculated will destroy approximately 128 square feet. So we believe that the project viewed as a whole complies with the regulation. But second, we contend that the impact is negligible. So the 2 piles will occupy less than 2 square feet of salt marsh, and we contend, and I quote, this is negligible and small enough to be disregarded. That quote comes from 310 CMR 10.23. So your regulations do not define exactly what an adverse effect is, but the state regulations do. And your regulations incorporate the state regulations unless you've made a more stringent regulation. So the state defines adverse effect as follows: a greater than negligible change in the resource area or one of its characteristics or factors that diminishes the value of the resource area or one or more of the interests protected by the act. Negligible means small enough to be disregarded. So our contention is that 1.8 square feet in relation to the marsh as a whole is negligible, it's small enough to be disregarded, and therefore we comply with your regulations. This segues to my second point, and that is that if a project complies with established standards, it should be presumed not to have an adverse effect. So your bylaw sets forth procedures and standards by which activities under the bylaw are to be regulated to ensure protection of the environmental interests and values. The bylaw provides the commission with authority to enact specific standards to effectuate the bylaw. The commission has done that, and I've quoted the applicable regulations. As Mark has contended, and as I contend, the proposed project meets all of the applicable standards or exceeds them. And so our contention is that if a project complies with standards that were enacted to protect the environment, it follows that the project adequately protects the environment and should be approved. And the final point I want to make is a very brief one. We have provided expert evidence through Mark's testimony and through documentary evidence, and we have now had this independent review by the Extension Service that essentially corroborates Mark's evidence. And so what the commission has before it right now is the testimony of two experts that are uncontradicted by any other expert. And so basically we have the burden of proof to show that we meet the bylaw and the regulations, and two experts say that we do. And so given the state of the record, I would suggest that the project should be approved. And with that being said, I'm available for questions and happy to participate in the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, do you have a summary? I know you've given it to us before.
I'll try to be brief. I was present at the on-site meeting with Greg Berman from the county. He provided you with the report. That's why it's between when we could get Greg out there and everything else. That's why we're here in June. And I do agree with Greg's assessment that that this structure, well, one, I think it does meet or exceeds our standards in many ways. It's higher, there's more light penetration. There are new footings in the marsh. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a 27-to-1 mitigation, if you will, by replanting the new marsh, because I do think there'll be small amounts of damage to the marsh, potentially either by the pilings, a little bit of scour, maybe a little bit of shading, because you are putting something there. But I do think that by replanting the marsh, by doing shellfish mitigation, and Mark, we talked on the phone earlier, I think you had mentioned something about the no chemical application on the property. And now shellfish mitigation. I think what they're offering as mitigation outweighs the potential small negative impacts that I could potentially see happening here. Whether or not and I know that currently the people do not, the owners do not, they walk down the street and they launch from there. But, they're saying that they, aren't going to be able to do that very much anymore. And, they would walk over the marsh. And I know that is, well, are they or aren't they going to? So regardless of whether they do or don't or will or won't, I think there are benefits to this project that outweigh some of the negative that this project could have. And I do find that this project meets or exceeds a lot of the standards that we currently have in our regulations. I would find it difficult to write a substantive denial for you on this project. But of course, we will do as you decide.
All right, thank you, Amy. Comments, questions, commissioners, starting with Mark?
I have the same posture I did last time we talked about it, and I do support the project. I think it's the right thing to do.
Okay, John?
I have one question, which is, I think it was in Greg Berman's report, but I'm not sure. He mentions that there's degradation of the marsh shelf. And I just wonder, Mark, whether you can tell me what the cause of that is.
No, I can't. in a lot of places, we observe the edge of the marsh being very definitive, and the grass grows right to the edge of the peat and then it drops off. There are some instances like this where you see a little shelf. I don't have an explanation for it, whether it's predation or just some kind of natural occurrence that we're unaware of. I don't know. When we were at the site, the only thing odd I found, I showed this to Amy and Greg. It didn't end up in the report, but I pulled out one of the PVC pilings the PVC pipes for the landing while I was standing on the beach. Now, while I'm standing on the beach, the ground is firm. I'm not sinking much there. But when I pull out the PVC pipe, I put it in the ground in a different location. It encounters about a foot of sand, and then about a foot and a half of poop, and then you go back into firm sand again. So who knows? It could be a geologic thing of different layers between tidal flushing. It could be salinities. There could be freshwater lens underneath that elevation. It's really difficult to assess why. I have seen it before. I think we see it out on the north side of Dennis on the flats. You'll see an area like that too, but I don't have a specific explanation for it.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess I just want to say that I have not particularly supported this in the past, but I think a lot of progress has been made, and I think it's time to move on.
Carolyn?
Thank you.
I agree with John. We thank the applicants for all their listening to what we were looking for, and I think they've done the best they could to help us.
All right, Stan?
I have no additional comments.
All right, so I've got to be the one that voices concerns. Again, my thoughts haven't changed on this project, and in fact, I'm quite concerned when I read the letter from June 8th, 2021, that harps on this piling loss of 1.8 square feet. In the past hearings, that was not a big issue with any of the commissioners. I mean, the issues that I've had have always been scouring impacts from the shellfish, from the landing that'll be on shellfish habitat, and then the pilings themselves, the scouring from the pilings, not so much the displacement of 1.8 square feet from the pilings. So I'm kind of concerned about this big case that's made over us being concerned about that 1.8 square feet, where that really hasn't come up. It hasn't been a big deal at any point in time. You know, all these structures scour, they all impact salt marsh. Our regulations say that we're not supposed to impact salt marsh. If you look at the dock immediately upstream or north of here, there's very large scouring impacts from the pilings. And I don't know why that wouldn't occur with the seaward piling in this structure as well. It's going to occur. So my concerns haven't really changed. There's going to be scouring impacts. And also, there's a lot of talk about how a foot walkway would have more impacts than the permanent walkway. I disagree with that. It's a permanent structure in the marsh. There will be shading, there will be scouring. Even at 1.5 feet, the DMF report says there will still be some shading impacts. So, you know, I read this letter and it doesn't reflect to me the comments that have come with the previous hearings. And very importantly, the landing to me is a new structure in shellfish habitat. You know, the shellfish survey found a 37% frequency of occurrence. That's a relatively high frequency of occurrence of shellfish. So we have to consider a variance for that landing, and we have to accept the alteration to salt marsh. So I don't see it as a necessary structure. And really, if you think about it, you know, these walkways, these foot walkways, they grow back. If people stop walking them, they grow back. But if you put in a permanent walkway, it's a permanent impact. So I disagree with that. It's the foot traffic will not be over the entire growing season. It'll just be for when people are going out for those, you know, 24 times, whatever it is, to walk out and use a kayak. I also think it's a stepping stone to a future dock at this site. I don't know why they wouldn't come back in short order and ask for a full dock, again, over a productive shellfish habitat. So my concerns have not changed at all for this project.
Okay, can I address those, Brad?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, the reason that the 1.8 square feet of salt marsh loss became such an issue was because the project voted to be denied based on that alone. One of your commissioners cited your bylaw word for word as a literal interpretation of the project as a whole. And the project was voted and initially denied. So that's why it became such a big issue.
Mark,
That happened at the...
Mark, I hate to cut you off, but the shading and the scouring impacts were much more consequential than losing 1.8 square feet from a piling. And that's what happened at the hearing. Your letter does not reflect that.
The reason that the motion was made on the second hearing was because of the loss of marsh due to the pilings.
No.
And there were 3 in marsh at that point in time. And then reduced it to 2. But that's where it became an issue. It wasn't an issue for us. And I'm hoping it's not an issue now when you look at the project as a whole. When you look at if you want to compare the project to that dock to the north, please remember, that's an old dock. It's built way too low. It's not built to current standards, which is why, consultants like me and the board and your board have worked together tirelessly for the last 2 years to come up with better designs that have proven to have less impacts. And that's what this design does. So it's not really fair to compare it to the old dock to the north because it's not designed the same way. And that's the reason why you see impacts there. I forgot what your third question was. You were talking, well, as far as walking through the marsh goes, remember that the marsh grows during the season when we're going to be using it. It doesn't grow in the off season. So if people are living here year round and they're using it, every other day, 2 or 3 times a week or more, that damage isn't going to get a chance to restore itself. And I showed that in my shading study that was submitted as well, that over these paths that were through the marsh, as soon as a proper walkway was built, the path rejuvenated itself 100% within a year, and you couldn't even tell that the path was there anymore. So I agree, the 1.8 square feet shouldn't be a big deal. It isn't to us, it shouldn't be a big deal. The design standards are there because we've worked together to make them better, and that's why it's designed the way it is, to reduce the very impacts that you're talking about.
Mark, do you realize your letter on June 8th, 2021 did not mention scouring impacts at all?
These pilings are not in the current. There's only during a flood or a storm tide is there any water in these pilings. It's not like a dock where the pilings are out on the beach and in the water. Mean high water is out at the edge where the landing is. So these pilings don't see daily flooding.
But they'll see periodic flooding like the one to the north. And again, my concern to the one to the north is not shading, it's scouring. I'm incredulous that you have not acknowledged the scouring impacts. Bruce Berman, Greg Berman's report did not mention scouring impacts at all. That's not his area of expertise, salt marsh.
I understand that. What I'm trying to say is that the dock to the north is much lower. The ground is lower. It's lower because it's been eroded underneath it. That's why you have the scouring there. It's not apples to apples, Brad. This ground here is much higher than over under that. That's under that dock to the north. You have, again, the piles are above mean high water. They're above. They might even be above the annual high tide line. So they're not wetted every tide. If there's a path worn here from repeated foot traffic, then you will see a lowering of the elevation and the water coming in more landward. These pilings are on dry land most of the time, with the exception of a storm. And yeah, I have a tough time with scouring under round pilings. We do disagree respectfully. I agree to disagree there.
Yeah, I just know what I see in every single dock in the town of Harwich that has, pilings and marshes, even if they're not below the mean high water mark, there are scouring impacts. It is just empirical. You can just see it. So I'm just amazed that, you harp on the 1.8 square feet of piling footage loss without mentioning the scouring piece. And
I only harped on it because one of your board members who was not present had made a motion based on that.
No,
based on those
that's not true.
3 pilings.
That's not true. The shading and the scouring impacts were what we harped on when we discussed at all these previous meetings. Those were the issues, not the 1.8. That was not what the motion was about. I mean, we can go back to the minutes. If someone's new to this commission, they read this letter, they think we're just, just going off on 1.8 feet of piling loss, and that's not what has happened with the previous hearings.
Your previous commission member, and I can nearly quote him when he said it. He said that according to our bylaw, there's not supposed to be any of the loss of salt marsh. The 3 pilings that are in the marsh constitute a loss of salt marsh, and therefore the project should be denied. That was almost his exact words.
Yeah, but what about all the other comments? That was,
He didn't mention anything else. His motion was based on that assessment. But we're beyond that now. We're beyond that, Brad. You agree that the 1.8 square feet of marsh or the pilings is a negligible point. So let's just move beyond that, okay? I think we agree there. But that's why the letter was written where it was, the way it was because that's the way the second hearing went.
Nah, I disagree so strongly. There was so much discussion on scouring and shading, and it's not reflected in your letter whatsoever.
Right.
So, Chairman, if I may, I was trying to count votes, and I think that there's 3 yes and 1 no. Could we hear from the other commissioner to kind of see where we stand?
We're not taking a poll here. Is that what you're asking?
Well, we've been through 4 hearings and we're down, it sounds like we're down to 1 vote. I was asking that. But if you're not willing to give us that, then I do have one comment, a kind of a point of information about how the commission should proceed here. I made the point in my presentation that you're presented with two expert opinions that are uncontradicted. There's no other abutter here that's got their own expert that contradicts anything that Mark said or anything that Mr. Berman said. You have your staff saying that she's suggesting that you approve the project. So I want to bring to your attention, there's a case called Pollard versus the Norfolk Conservation Commission. And it says that if a commissioner or a commission remains unpersuaded by or rejects uncontradicted expert evidence, there has to be a basis in the record for the court to review if there's a denial. And what that means kind of in English is that if the commission denies this particular project, it has to make findings that are explicit and objectively adequate to support the denial and to support rejecting the uncontradicted expert evidence. I would just respectfully suggest that the record in this case suggests approval strongly, and we would ask that you approve the project.
Now, I appreciate your perspective. I have a totally different view based on reading this letter from June 8th, as well as Berman's report. I think that he just did not address the issues, and I don't think that salt marsh is a very strong background that he has. So I understand what you're saying. I just disagree with it strongly. So I think what we should do is just go ahead and have a motion and do it that way instead of having a poll of who wants to vote for what. That's probably the way to do it. So if somebody wants to make a motion, please go ahead.
Make a motion to approve the proposed elevated walkway and landing at 28 Wawatasi Road.
I'll second.
All right, second. Any further discussion?
I would have one remark. With respect to everybody's opinion, At the end of the day, my view is really very simple. I see the walkway being less impactful than the potential scouring. Not to say that it's not important, but one versus the other. I see the walkway being less of a detriment and ultimately better for the circumstance.
Yeah, no, that's a clear viewpoint, and I respect where you're coming from, Mark. I think I view the shading as more impactful than just having people walk on it. The scouring is impactful. A landing on a shellfish area shouldn't be permitted by our regs without a variance. So it's, and I've always just felt that it's such a small stretch of marsh to traverse. Why is a walkway needed here? So that's kind of, I add that up and just, and I'm concerned about, some of these documents we've received. I'm concerned about the things that are said, and so that's why I voiced these concerns tonight. Any other discussion?
No, there was just one thing I was trying to picture, because we've had so many discussions about this dock and everything, and I'm trying to envision the exact plan of what it's gonna look like right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
We've gone from 3 pilings to 2. Is there a platform still at the end? Is there a piling at the end, Mark?
Pilings,
I would assume,
it's pulled back a little bit.
but I mean, it's still gotta be a piling at the end of at the walkway.
The landing is going to be a scour.
And there's gonna be a landing there.
Yeah.
That's what I just
Do we
wanted
have a
to.
plan?
We have a plan from the
We have
last
the
hearing.
original one.
Yeah.
The correct plan you should be looking at is revision 2.
Yep.
So what I did was I shortened the walkway sufficiently to be able to have it stand so that there's only 2 piles in the marsh.
What's that?
The outer piling that supports the end of the walkway is actually on that peat edge that's going to have the 100 extra square feet of marsh there.
Oh, I got another
So again, without trying to belittle the subject or beat a dead horse,
Here, give this to Carol.
you have to look at the project as a whole. Any potential loss from pile scour, I mean, it's not going to be 128 square feet. Even if the piles had an influence of twice their diameter, you're only talking about 5 or 10. The project as a whole, when you walk away from this project, you're going to end up with at least 98 square feet more marsh. That's a benefit. You're going to end up with a fertilizer restriction. You're going to end up with a managed vegetated buffer, shortened path. The benefits abound. And the impacts, as Greg Berman suggested, are negligible. De minimis is the word he put.
Is that the right one?
Mark, what was the date of the proper plan?
Revision 2 dated 3/9/21.
Okay.
There's actually 4 pilings in that drawing, 3 of which appear to be in the salt marsh.
No, the starting pile is just at the landward edge of the marsh where the stairs are.
Right.
There's 2 piles in the marsh, and then the last pile, the last outer pile, is the on the peat edge.
So
There's no marsh.
It touches the ground 4 places.
Okay, that's what I wanted to envision. Okay, so he's been talking about the 2 piles in here rather than 3. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, now I got a good picture.
Yeah, and believe it or not, I mean, if you want to go one step, I looked at Illumidoc's website, and they make standard ramps up to 100 feet long. So from a design standpoint, you could span this entire thing with one big, huge, ugly aluminum ramp. But I think that would be an atrocity. But from a design standpoint, it can be done. But I got it down to 2 piles. That's pretty good.
All right, any further comments on the discussion? All right, seeing none, motion's on the table to approve. It's been seconded, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So we have 2 ayes, those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so we have a denial, 3-2.
No, you have, your motion didn't carry. You have to make another motion.
Right, okay, so the project is not approved.
I thought you said 2.
You had
Is it 2 and 2?
2 in favor, 3 opposed to the motion to approve.
Who was that? Brad?
The nays were John, myself, and Stan.
John, you just said in your comments that you support the project.
No.
I said it was time to move on. I said, I have not supported in the past. They've made progress, and I believe it's time to move on. And I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with this, and I'm not in favor of it at this point.
Oh, I remember Brad's third point now. He was speculating about having a dock here. That should not, and that should never be part of any proper hearing. You cannot speculate. It's not fair to the applicant or the process. And that could potentially steer other people's opinion of the project. So you can't speculate, Brad. That's not fair.
If I may speak here for a moment.
Please, yeah.
Mark, you characterized this as having 2 pilings in the salt marsh, and that may be strictly true. And you were basically making the argument that because the 2 pilings in the salt marsh are mostly dry, there's not going to be a scour problem. But you were, in fact, completely ignoring Brad's point. There's a piling at the water's edge that Brad is arguing will cause scour, and I do believe that. And so, you know, you're making a one-sided argument, and I don't think things are as simple as you're characterizing them, and I cannot support the project at this point under those conditions.
What conditions, Mr. Ketchum, what conditions are you favorable to?
I don't think I have to answer that question. I can't answer that question. I mean, do you want me to tell you how to design the thing so I'll vote for it? I'm not doing that.
No, that's not what my question was. Usually we get a little more input to say, well, raise it up or make it narrower, which we've already done. You know, we've done just about everything you can do. Okay, so help me understand something. We have your agent that is recommending approval of the project. We have your agent stating in public that to write a substantive denial for this project would be nearly impossible, which means if it goes to court, you're going to lose. The chances of the board, the chances of the town losing are extreme. That's a waste of time and money on both sides. So I don't understand how the board can ignore all of the information that's around them. Any project will have impacts. The idea is to balance those impacts or mitigate them so that the net project is a benefit. And that is the project that is before you. There's not a detriment here. You know, there are always going to be little impacts here or there. We've designed against them. These designs are proven. This board has recognized that newly designed piers using these design guidelines are far and improved over the old designs. That's why I say it's not fair to compare this project to a very old low dock with pilings probably 10 or 12 feet on center and 2 pilings per bent. It's not even a fair comparison at all. That's why we're where we're at in these designs, to minimize these impacts. And the board has recognized that these new designs work. So if we go this far and then you deny a project like this, it makes no sense to me. You know, we continually improve. And the bar just keeps moving. We're beyond the bylaws at this point. You know, we could propose this walkway to be 4 feet wide. And if it was 1.5 to 1 off the ground, that exceeds your regulations. We could propose the dock to be 1 to 1 to the decking. That is your current bylaw. But no, we respect the facts of other people's opinions and science from the Division of Marine Fisheries, et cetera. And as a courtesy, we've designed this to be higher than it needs to be at the current point of the regulations. In 20 years of doing this, I've never had an elevated walkway denied. Never. I even have 320 feet of it going in Chatham right now. And if you think it's easy to get something approved in Chatham, try again. But they understand the benefit between a properly designed structure for access over the marsh versus the definitive permanent damage of walking through it. So I don't understand why you're going against the advice of your agent and why you're ignoring professional opinions and even a third-party review. I don't think that's
statement
good.
Here? I would.
What?
May I make a statement, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I would just respectfully ask, I mean, I've made my statement here. At this point, you keep saying that your agent recommended this. They know I recommended this. I do not want to be pitted potentially against the Conservation Commission. They know what my stance is. I don't believe it needs to be constantly repeated.
Okay, I'm sorry, Amy. I apologize.
Well, right now you have a non-action. You have, the motion did not pass. So you do not have a denial. You either make another motion, a motion to deny, or the applicant has the ability to request either a continuance or a withdrawal.
I mean, if we added more marsh mitigation, would that help? It's all about the marsh, so why don't we could add some more. And if you just tell us how much it is, I can get you a revised plan, and we can go that way. You know, if you want another 100 square feet or another 50 square feet, give us that chance. We'll do that, and then we can put this behind us.
Yeah, I'm not requesting that. You have the right to do that if you wish. I'm not requesting.
Well, that's what I'm offering.
Yeah.
If you wanted to revote based on a number of marsh, whether it's 50 square feet or another 100 square feet, if you wanted to revote based on that, we'll give you a revised plan and we can all go home.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to change votes tonight. I think you should decide if you want to continue, if you want us to go ahead and vote for denial. I mean, that's really where we are. And then you have your process then to go on to DP to see if they'll supersede. And that's the way things are supposed to work.
Well, then we request a continuance then, because if you make a motion to deny and these 3 people are going to vote against it, obviously it's going to get denied. Nobody wants a denial. It's a waste of everybody's time and effort, the town's resources, Amy's time. So it's a waste of time. So we'll continue it.
All right, well, I view this letter that was written as a waste of our time as well. So.
Well, I'm sorry, Brad.
Yeah.
I was not intended to offend anybody. It was intended to be factual.
Yeah, well, you're cherry picking the arguments, and you're ignoring some very significant arguments that have been with every single previous hearing. They're not shown this letter whatsoever. So if a new commission member comes on and reads this, it's a different project, completely different project. When would you like to continue? When would you like to continue until?
All right.
When would you like to continue until?
I'm going to say a couple of months. Give you guys time to when you get some new commissioners, get used to projects and things like that. But that way we're not
New
hitting somebody new on
commissioners-
something that's difficult.
New commissioners would not be able to vote on this project because you've had numerous hearings and they can only miss one. And we have a quorum of sitting members.
I thought there was a way through that when you do a transition of a board.
If there is a quorum of members still on the board who was here, that, and Mr. Wall, you can chime in if you believe otherwise, the only way new commissioners could take place is if you do not have a quorum of the existing commissioners for that case still on the board.
Amy, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I think that Attorney Kressel says that if the parties agree, that is, as in the applicant and the board, the quorum could be reconstituted by agreement. So, but anyway, we're going to have to deal with that problem one way or the other because we're asking for a continuance, and we'll sort that issue out before the hearing.
It's up to you if you want to grant the continuance.
Well, we need to have a date for the continuance.
Well, no, they don't. They could continue to a date uncertain. If they did that, they have to re-notify abutters.
Okay.
If they continue to a date certain, they do not, right now, if they commit to a date, they do not have to re-notify abutters because they're doing so at a public hearing.
Well, I had suggested 2 months. Where does that put us in the calendar?
Hang on, I don't deal that far out.
No, I can look at my phone, but
All right, no, I got it. So that would be August 18th.
August 18th.
Yep.
Okay, my phone says I'm free.
My watch has no energy.
What was that?
All right, well, then I move we continue the hearing until August 18, 2021.
Need a second?
Have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Let's bang through the orders of conditions and certs, if we can, please.
Sure.
I reviewed all the orders of conditions and I have no comment.
Well, that was easy.
Me too, but
We're losing our editorial ace.
Yeah,
Well, you gotta, do you want me to read, you gotta read them off. We have to at least announce them, the orders.
Okay, all right.
You can do one vote, but if you need to look at them for a minute, fine, but you can do one vote for all if you like them.
Okay, well, let me announce the order of
John didn't find
conditions
it. He's the new one.
for 50 Martha's Lane, map 43, parcel B6-9. It's a single-family dwelling with appurtenances. The next one is 176 Gorham Road, map 24, parcel P4-1. It's for a pool, hardscape, and planting. And the third order is for 35 Strandway, map 1, parcel J1-32, terrace steps and plantings. And I'm gonna rely on, I think, you guys. I didn't bring them up yet.
I read them.
There you go.
I won't, well. I read them. I didn't see anything wrong.
I agree with John.
All right. Are we gonna go out for a beer tonight, or is it getting too late? It's too late?
I don't think any place is open right now.
Yeah.
On a
Do you wanna
Wednesday.
do something, or, you know?
No, it's good.
I
You
know.
guys are busy enough.
I know. Well, you know what?
We'll go out some other time.
We'll go
At
out.
some point, we'll.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe have a cookout.
That would be nice.
There you go.
Some night you have a short meeting, give me a call and I'll meet you.
Okay.
I don't know when that will be.
I
I'll
hope
be
that happens.
watching
All right.
some of your
someday.
stuff on.
Did we have a vote, a motion? Sorry.
Move to Or, nobody made the
Well,
motion, right?
I opened
You
it-
called them out.
Yeah, I called them out and,
I move to approve the orders of conditions for 50 Martha's Lane, 176 Gorham Road, and 35 Strand Way.
I'll second.
all right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we just approve those.
Mark, say aye, yea or nay. Aye.
He doesn't have to, because we have a quorum.
And then we got two certs.
Yep. So the one for 9 Herring Run Road was for renovations to a dwelling, and 45 Dunes Road was for demo and reconstruction of a dwelling. This one actually came in a while ago, and I've been working with the landscape contractor to get the plantings right, and the plantings are right. And the project is now in compliance. So we recommend, Melissa and I recommend certs of compliance for 45 Dunes Road and 9 Herring Run Road.
I'll make a recommendation, a motion to approve the requests for certification of compliance for 45 Dunes Road and 9 Herring Run.
Second.
Seconded by John. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Really quick,
Yep.
can I use some money?
Sure. How much you
So,
want?
out of our wetlands fund, which is our revolving account that we have, which is our revolving account, we have some money, we're allowed to use 6,000 of that a year. I would like to use about 1,100 of that for property lines to be located at the Texera property on Queen Anne Road, due to potential encroachment by an abutter. That encroachment is also within 100 feet of a wetland. And I've been out there to try to find the bounds that are supposedly on paper. I cannot find them, and yeah, no, it's 525, 527 Queen Anne Road. It's in the property to the east. I have no problem saying this. I'm concerned about encroachment, and it is
Is that the one that-
substantial.
Is that the one that was before us before?
No.
Oh, okay, that's what I was.
So, I got the quote, it's about $1,100 to have that done, and I think it is a good use of our funds. I'd like to use them.
Yep.
I need a vote, though.
Yep. Is the abutter contesting the property line?
Not yet.
Yeah. And he won't pay for it, right?
No.
I move to approve the requested funds of $1,100 for locating property line at those addresses.
Seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you. Do you want to reorganize tonight, or do you want to reorganize at the beginning of the next meeting?
I was thinking that, we're leaning towards Ernie, and he should be here.
Yeah.
That's kind of traditional, is to pass it over, so we should wait.
That's fine. We can
If you
do
wanna
it.
ta- if you
We'll
wanna
do it
talk
in,
about it for a couple minutes, we can, but
not really.
We can make him chair now so he doesn't have any chance to
Right, you
to
always
refuse.
make
Yeah,
sure
that's
you're
the
not
trouble.
there and then you get voted
Exactly.
in. But I did just have one comment on that issue. My only, and I mentioned this back when this came up, is my concern is, up until the last couple, because of COVID, Ernie does take some time off in the winter.
Right.
But that shouldn't,
well, we'll vote in a vice chair at the same time.
right,
And
so that,
hopefully
that
yeah.
should solve the problem.
And I think anyone here could step up and do it, and, this was gonna be my last meeting, so I'm envious that you're getting out, but, I guess I'm on for a little bit longer. I think I'll motion to adjourn.
Yep.
Second.
Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Hang on one second.
All right. Oh, what, you were gonna vote no?
Yeah.
This conference is no longer being recorded.